Airport Service Charge Bill 2022.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I rise on this occasion to bring to the attention of the Honourable Chamber the aforementioned bill. The bill treats to the issue of the application of and the collection of a duty and charge, otherwise known as the airport service charge. This airport service charge bill, as members may recall, at the start of the last parliamentary term, 2018, was presented at the time in the then Parliament with a number of singular individual amendments. At the time, I believe as a president in July of 2018, the bill allowed for an amendment to the existing legislation to amend the Airport Service Charge Act, Cap 29. This provided for an increase in the airport service charge. We all know that that amount was approximately $140. At the time, there were also a number of additional items that needed to be amended throughout the legislation, but that was not done at the time. It was a single amendment that spoke to the application of the airport service charge. Subsequent to the passage of this legislation in 2018, Mr. President, it was then felt that a far more comprehensive review process of the general legislation governing what is termed the Airport Service Charge Act needed to be undertaken. That work commenced and has been concluded under the office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, and the bill that is now before the Honourable Chamber today reflects that comprehensive review, and I would wish to draw a number of the comprehensive items that have been reviewed and changed in the legislation as a consequence of that review. So in my presentation today, I will speak about the review process, what has been changed in the legislation and the rationale for those changes. And I will speak more broadly around the question of the Grantley Adams International Airport and the application of duties and charges and what that has meant for international air travel as well as regional air travel, because we hear the conversations that have been very dominant in the public space that have raised concerns about this. I wish, first of all, upfront, to draw attention to the reporting on this particular bill arising out of the presentation in the other place during the course of the last few weeks. There were headlines, Mr. President, in some sections of the media that gave the erroneous impression that there was more to be charged for persons traveling. That is a misrepresentation of what the bill provides for, Mr. President. And I say it again. This bill does not in any way seek to charge people more for airport service charge. And that which was represented in certain sections of the media, at least at the level of the headline, because the article did not necessarily speak to that, but the headline was grossly misrepresentative of what the actual bill speaks to, and unfortunately it misled several sections of the public. The more that was spoken about, Mr. President, I will come to in a minute. But first of all, let me just go through the specifics. The specifics here of the amendment, first of all, covers a number of things, Mr. President. The amendments speak to, for instance, originally, we had the airport service charge covering members of the Caribbean community. Now everyone knows that Barbados is a firm proponent, and our Prime Minister for Barbados is the current chairman, I should say, of the CARICOM quasi-cabinet with responsibility for CSME. And so the notion that we have Caribbean community in the legislation was what the original legislation provided for, and the more that was misrepresented in the headline is the expansion of the definition of CARICOM to include Caribbean. It means that we are now expanding the scope, Mr. President, of those persons who benefit from a 50% reduction in the application of the airport service charge from $150 to $70, not just to persons covering the Caribbean community, but anywhere in the Caribbean. Now, why would that be important, Mr. President? We have strong historical relationships with the overseas territories of the region. The French Antilles that have now been included in this, whereas they were excluded from this. Those countries are associate members of CARICOM. They benefit from many of the same provisions that are covered in the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas. They benefit from many of the provisions that are covered by the Caribbean community and all of its partnerships, and they are invited to meetings and they participate in their associate member status. And on that basis, Mr. President, they have been included, and so the community regional destination now in the legislation will cover the CARICOM community as we know it to be CARICOM. It will also include the French Antilles, the British Antilles, the islands of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, the Dominican Republic, and Cuba, Mr. President. Those countries constitute the more, and so it was very unfortunate, certainly for me as Minister of Tourism, to have a headline in a section of the regional press giving the impression to Barbadians who are already feeling the strain of cost of living increases, what it feels like to pay more for everything, to give people, to rile people up unnecessarily, to give the impression that they were being charged more for air travel. That is categorically untrue, and it is a misrepresentation of the bill and how it was presented as well in the other place. So what we are treating to, Mr. President, now is a widening of the base of Caribbean travel. Now, why is the Dutch Antilles and the French Antilles in particular, as well as the U.S. Virgin Islands, why are these countries important? Now, Mr. President, it is no secret to anyone in this region that while Barbados has had certainly, and many of us, we have seen, and I believe the Deputy President of the Senate spoke earlier about the recovery of the tourism sector and how we are performing on par with 2019 levels. Mr. President, we are performing on par with 2019 levels insofar as international travel is concerned. We have in excess of the number of seats to travel internationally to Barbados than we had in 2019, and 2019 was a banner year. 2019 was a record-breaking year for both cruise and air. We are above 2019 levels in terms of the number of seats from our major source markets. So the US, the UK, Europe, even Canada, Mr. President, we are pacing above par for airlift. But you will notice, Mr. President, that I have not spoken about the Caribbean airlift, because that is the one area where we are challenged currently by lift. The absence of LIAT, flying 13 flights a week from Barbados, has been a major blow to intra-regional travel. One of the other partners who has been flying, Caribbean Airlines, you would all recall, during the height of the pandemic when Trinidad and Tobago remained closed for over a year. They established a secondary hub here in Barbados, and they flew a limited number of routes from Barbados. Once Trinidad reopened and the primary hub reopened, we have still not seen a full recovery of Caribbean Airlines flying throughout the region from Barbados or anywhere else. You would recall, for example, there were times when I, in the last parliamentary term, would be moving between Barbados and Jamaica on a regular basis. I could fly from Barbados to Jamaica every day of the week via Trinidad. We no longer have that level of lift, Mr. President, because we don't have the capacity anymore. Many of the larger carriers, Virgin Atlantic, this month is changing out its entire global fleet. British Airways has changed out their entire global fleet. They have brought their newest planes to Barbados, and from June of this month, Virgin Atlantic will do the same. Air Canada is also doing the upgrades, and other airlines are following suit. We have not seen that level of capital expansion, either in lift or equipment, in the Caribbean. And what that has had, Mr. President, is a deleterious impact on intra-regional movement because of the absence of seats. I would wish at this time, Mr. President, to welcome new entrants into the market, in particular new entrants like Inter-Caribbean Airlines. They have a primary hub in Turks and Caicos, and they have been servicing the Southern and the Eastern Caribbean from here in Barbados. And we're quite happy to welcome flights from here to Guyana and to the islands of the Eastern Caribbean on a daily basis, but it's still not where we were pre-2019 and pre-LIAT. We have Fly Always. We began having discussions with Fly Always as a country, first in 2016. That never got off the ground. Fly Always then began to fly on a limited basis and received permission to fly twice a week from Barbados, between Barbados, Paramaribo, opening up the Suriname route via Georgetown. That started in 2020, stopped as a result of COVID, and has not yet resumed, Mr. President, again because of equipment unavailability and not being able to move. And so, Mr. President, the question of travel, interregional travel, is not a single issue. It is not only a cost issue, but cost is driven up in many instances by the absence of supply. And so with fewer airlines traveling and with fewer seats, Inter-Caribbean, for example, is flying 45 or 90 seats. We used to have some of the smaller flights. Fly Always, for example, is 30 seats. That doesn't give you the kind of volume that you need to be able to move people from one place to the other. And we don't have new entrants and new carriers into the region. And we also know, if we remember anything from the conversation on an earlier airline, we know that it's not every seat that is every route that is profitable. And so airlines have to be able to ensure that they meet their minimum load factors in order to generate a return on their investment and their commercial targets. And so on that basis, Mr. President, it is a major stimulus to interregional travel, if you do have to travel, for us to ensure that the countries of the community, including those in the French Antilles, where Air Antilles is able now to add further value and to allow for us to connect the linkages between the Barbados and the Eastern and the Southern Caribbean on an Air Antilles to a Guadeloupe, to a Martinique, and in so doing, what many people don't even know is that those links open up to Air France. And that allows you to have direct lift onto the European continent directly from Martinique or Guadeloupe. But that is important, Mr. President, for one main reason, not just because of the lift, but for one thing that has also plagued interregional travel since the last 2 years. In the absence of INDIAT in particular, flying at pre-2019 levels, most of the other airlines do not have with the international carriers what we would call interline agreements. It means that if you don't have an interline agreement, Mr. President, that you are flying what we call a broken ticket. I fly into Barbados on Virgin Atlantic. Virgin Atlantic disembarks the passengers here in Barbados, and they have to leave the airport as if they are landed. Kind of what happens sometimes if you go to Miami, for example, collect your bags, and then you move on to check back in as if you were landing for the first time. That is because many of the international carriers do not still have interline agreements with some of the smaller regional carriers that have just entered the market. They're still having those negotiations. They have not yet been completed. And what that means is that it is a cumbersome process sometimes for interregional travel to be able to be as efficient as people would want it to be. And so I'm happy to have had the opportunity to explain some of those things here, because sometimes I get calls from people who are frustrated with the system. They don't know why they have to check back in. They can't understand why they can't make their flight. They're really upset because they can't get the volume of flights and the availability of seats that they would want. But none of those things are within Barbados's control. Those are all commercial issues for the most part. So what we have been doing are the following things, Mr. President. We have been brokering through our Caribbean team. We have a Caribbean and Latin America team and our airline team. We've actually established an aviation team, which incorporates the Grand Islands International Airport leadership, Barbados Aviation, Aircraft and Aviation Company leadership, the leadership of Caribbean Aircraft Handling, the leadership of the Barbados Civil Aviation Department, and the leadership of the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc., that negotiates with partners. And collectively, that team, along with our consultants based out of Canada on aviation who map international routes alongside Barbados, they have been working to see how together we can broker the completion of the negotiations of interline agreements with our existing carriers in the region. Even though it is private sector sector to private sector, it is in Barbados' interest to be able to close those bottlenecks, to address those bottlenecks and to ensure that there is movement. And so, Mr. President, it is not a small thing, neither is it a singular intervention for us to have in this legislation a reduction by 50%, not more, but less, a payment of 50% of the legislated airport service charge, $140 for international travelers, and $70 for regional travelers. But this is also an important point that I want people to hear and to understand. This is not a new measure. This is not a new measure starting today. This is not something that was introduced into the Parliament of Barbados 2 weeks ago or last week when it was debated in the other place. This, as I have said, Mr. President, was first debated in the House, in the chamber, in 2018. What we are doing now is tidying up legislation and bringing a comprehensive suite of amendments to a piece of legislation that previously we just picked at. Little piece here, little piece there, you change here today, you change there next year. But in so doing, it was found by the Office of the Solicitor General that there were a number of unworkable sections of the legislation. And so when you amend in a piecemeal way without having that comprehensive review, sometimes you end up with legislation that is contradictory. So what are some of those things that have now been amended and taken out as a result of the changes? We have, for instance, and I don't want to make this an issue because I also want to categorically say this is not an issue. Barbados has no longer, and certainly for the time that I have been in this role, not had a problem with the collection of these fees from the carriers. It has not been a challenge. And that is one of the things that the amended legislation did. So if you all remember, there were the instances where you would come and you would stand at the, you will stand at the check-in counter and you used to pay these monies to the airline counter and then you would go from there. We haven't done that in many, many moons. And the reason we haven't done that in many, many moons is because it's now inbuilt into the cost of your ticket. So when you pay for your airline ticket, the monies go into the airline system and the airline system then remits those finances to Barbados and we are able to reconcile this. And so the legislation here sets a time frame for the remittance of those funds collected as part of the charge, and that allows those funds to come to the GAIA, and then on that basis, it is remitted to the government, and there are penalties for failing to manage that process. Now, there was some discussion previously about the number of categories of persons that were also equally excluded from the legislation. Previously, there were any number of persons who were excluded from the legislation. So, for example, persons traveling on Barbados official or Barbados diplomatic passports. That was previously included, that has been excluded from the legislation. Largely because, if you consider it, Mr. President, while you may have a diplomatic passport, there are no exemptions in law that cover you from paying duties and charges in Barbados. We pay VAT like everybody else. We pay customs duties like everybody else, and so equally so, we are not exempted from paying the airport service charge when traveling. So those things have been removed. What has been preserved, however, Mr. President, are those privileges, immunities, and exemptions which are enjoyed by overseas diplomats based in Barbados who are exempt from payments of duties and charges because it is covered under their headquarters agreements. And so with the input of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, those exemptions have been retained in the amended legislation. So, Mr. President, what is important here also, and I wish to connect it to what these funds are used for. Let us be very, very clear, Mr. President. I spoke earlier in a debate on the other subject about how we create user-generated content and how that is marketing money that we can't pay for, how that's marketing reach that we can't pay money for. A significant percentage of these funds, Mr. President, are remitted to finance and to take off the government's books the operations of the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc. If you recall, in 2018, when the government came to office, there was an extensive debt restructuring process. I don't want to make this into a cakewalk. Someone said to me today, sometimes you guys make it look so easy. And so people perhaps have the mistaken impression that it really is easy. But that is not so, Mr. President. The hard decisions in 2018 to undertake a domestic restructuring process and to ensure that there was a reform process for state-owned enterprises that took many of those agencies off the books of central government and removed the responsibility for central government to have to find sources of revenue from your taxes, from our taxes, from different sources of revenue that we did not want to see increases in, Mr. President. The government of Barbados had to rationalize how were we still going to provide the kind of services that were necessary to run a country. How were we going to provide the kind of marketing that is required to market a country without becoming a call on the taxpayers of Barbados who are already carrying a heavy burden? And so on that basis, the financing from the airport service charge goes to finance the operations of Destination Barbados in the international sphere to ensure that 1.2 million and more visitors can come to Barbados because they know about Barbados. And that finances the operations of the 80 persons employed in the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., and it is not financed from the public purse and taxpayers' funds. It is derived from the ASC. This bill that we are debating here today. And it is those monies, Mr. President, that help us to make sure that we can expand market share in the UK, which remains our largest source market. It is those funds, Mr. President, that allows us to expand market share in the US market, which is our second largest source market. It is those funds, Mr. President, that allow us to expand market share in Europe and to bring new carriers into Barbados, because that is our third largest market, Mr. President. It is those funds, Mr. President, that allow us to go into emerging markets like the Latin America region, like the Middle East, like Africa, and like Asia, Mr. President, because if COVID taught us nothing, certainly in tourism, what I know it taught me was that we cannot do things the same way we used to do them before and expect to get different results. We cannot have a Western orientation in our mindset at the exclusion of emerging markets. When many of these countries closed their doors to international travel, what did we have to do? When Canada decided that they were no longer going to be flying southbound trips to the Caribbean and to sun destinations, where did we look, Mr. President? When the UK introduced the red light system, the traffic light system, where you were either red light, green light, we were children who played red light, green light, 1, 2, 3. They played red light, green light, 1, 2, 3 with travel destinations like us, tourism-dependent destinations like us, who had to look to see if somebody was going to announce today if we were on a red list, God forbid, if we were on a green list, or if we were on a yellow list. We have to diversify our source markets, and it is these funds, Mr. President, and it is the emerging markets, Mr. President, that we are using now the representation from the BTMI as derived from the airport service charge to ensure that we are able to bring value. It is these funds, Mr. President, that allow us to bring new airlift to Barbados and engage not in minimum revenue guarantee models, but in behind the gateway marketing. And what do I mean when I say that? Mr. President, if the government of Barbados has to make choices, and choices we have to make every single day, the government of Barbados has to make choices about how to spend money that it collects. We are collecting the airport service charge. Yes. We are choosing to spend it in the BTMI. Yes. But what are we spending it on, Mr. President, and how are we guaranteeing a return on investment? I am committed, and I say that without apology, to ensuring that any money that we spend collected by government from the airport service charge generates a return on investment for the government and the people of Barbados, because it makes sense to spend it in that way. And so things like minimum revenue guarantees, Mr. President, you will never hear those words coming out of my mouth except to say that we don't do them. Why, Mr. President? Because if we are to put $1 in an airline, $1, as a minimum revenue guarantee, that simply ensures that the airline covers its operating costs. It does not guarantee that I've got seats in those, bums in those seats. It doesn't guarantee that people are coming to Barbados and those load factors, whether they're 40% or 60%, that those people are spending in the domestic economy. It doesn't translate into hotel bookings, restaurant bookings, shop tours. It doesn't generate itself into the guys down on the beach at Carlisle Bay having the benefit of a beach chair. It doesn't translate into water sports operators, Mr. President. We can't pay for empty seats. That can't be the model, not under my watch. And so what we do, we pay for behind the gateway marketing, and we market Destination Barbados with funds collected from the airport service charge. We ensure that Barbados is top of mind and people have the ability to choose Barbados first, because they don't have to choose us. There are so many other destinations out there that are trying to make sure that you choose them. It is our job to make sure that Barbados is the best choice, and that when you come here, you are in a position to say, I am coming back over and over and over again, and I am bringing people with me. And so, Mr. President, it is on that basis that this amendment to the legislation, this comprehensive review, has led to the amendment of this legislation. It is on this basis that you're able to see the new regulatory arrangements that are in place, and it is on that basis that I have also sought to explain how these funds collected under the airport service charge have been allocated since 2018, when this was first introduced, and to also make the point, Mr. President, that it has allowed the government of Barbados to ensure that you don't have to pull from the consolidated fund to finance the activities of tourism, and that tourism genuinely becomes revenue earning, revenue gaining, FX earning and FX gaining, rather than revenue draining, and we are spending more than we are earning. And it is on this basis that I wish to commend this legislation to this Honourable House, and I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Her Honour, Senator Thompson. Oh. Senator Malado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the explanation of the bill, which is absolutely clear, and in my research, I will agree with you that it's basically an instrument to clean up what was done. I believe it was actually effective October 1st of 2018. I just want to make two quick points. Firstly, I took a look at what the cost of a ticket out of Barbados today, what it actually comprises, and perhaps it would be useful to the Chamber, to you, Mr. President, to learn that if we were to fly to Antigua with an average ticket today out of Barbados, it was quite surprising to me that of the amount of money that we pay for that ticket, 25% of it goes towards government fees and taxes. It was quite surprising for me to learn that in comparison, St. Lucia is 26%, Trinidad 22%, to go to Miami 30%. The amount of the actual fare that is kept by the airline who you're traveling on is on average 55%. The rest goes in taxes and fees to the destination that you're going to and the one that you're coming from. That should not be lost on us. And when we speak with this particular piece of legislation, speaks to the airline service charge. But remember that we are still also paying a passenger service charge of $55 per head as well, which goes directly to the Grantley Adams International Airport and funds that. So I'm not objecting. I'm just perhaps providing some information and cautioning that we need to be careful as a destination what these costs are. And perhaps, therefore, I would like to suggest and use my time to make one suggestion as to how we might refocus some of this and consider differentiating our destination by looking at the possibility again of having outgoing customs for some of our main markets, where we could clear US Customs in Barbados. Because the challenges that we all have in traveling is that you have to arrive nowadays nearly 3 hours before their flight is actually destined to leave. And what do you do with that time? It would be very useful if that time could be to clear immigration in the country that you are going to. I know there are difficulties with it, but I want to use this forum, Mr. President, through you, to perhaps raise again that we look back at that as a tourism destination as to how we could set up at Grantley Adams to clear our outgoing passengers through immigration, whether it be Canada, US, UK, or any of these other markets. And that might also be a good use of those funds, which would differentiate us from other markets. So that being those couple of comments there I wanted to make. And I summarized by saying it was just the two areas. The one, just be mindful of what is the total cost, because this does not speak to the $55 that we already each pay. And secondly, what is the use of that money? And I do accept that the good work of Destination Barbados and BTMI, et cetera, has to be funded. And I do think it is a good idea to have the direct funding from the passenger travel directly to BTMI. But we should also look at other ways of differentiating ourselves from other markets. So with those few comments, I will say I would support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Maladu. Senator Thompson.
Mr. President, sir, in rising to support this bill, I want to adopt language that I have heard in here. I've heard colleagues get up and say, Mr. President, sir, I had no intention of speaking on this bill. I also hear them say, and I will not detain the chamber very long. So, Mr. President, I adopt those words. I had no intention of speaking on this bill, and it is not my intention, having risen, to detain the chamber for very long. I must confess that I'm prompted. I want to thank the Honourable Senator for an excellent exposition. I have to confess that this is something with which I have grappled for a number of reasons. It is also something that at the policy level I've not thought through, but there are a number of things that have occurred to me that I really just sort of want to share my thoughts with the chamber. I'm deeply concerned. I am a committed regionalist. I start on that premise. I remember when I was a child that it was my dream to visit every Caribbean country. And I think I have just about done that now. But I know that a lot of our people don't get to see the region. We don't see the geographical differences. We don't understand the similarities in attitude. We cannot hear the nuances and the variations in the accent from island to island, and we can't recognize them. We can't pick up the difference between when a St. Lucian speaks or when a Vincentian speaks or when an Antiguan speaks, because our ear is not attuned to the rhythm of how our Caribbean brothers and sisters speak. But when you travel the region a lot, you do get to know them. You get to know your Caribbean brothers and sisters. You get to hear how they speak. You get to see their attitudes, positive and negative. You get to understand their sometimes jealousies of Barbados, other times their admiration for Barbados, and sometimes their desire to replicate much which we have. If we think of CARICOM as a regional bloc, if we think of the CSME as a living thing which we have to feed and fuel and nurture, if our people are to extrapolate from it the benefits that the concept of it intended, then part of what we have to do is ensure that goods and people can move around the region easily and at a competitive cost. I mean, that is the reality of it. That transport links, whether there are ground transport, air or sea transport links, make the difference to development and fuel economies. That is the reality. It is also a reality, Mr. President, sir, that travel around the Caribbean is extremely expensive. And that even though these are reduced costs, that when one wonders what the general taxes on airline tickets are, when you book a ticket online and you see what the base fare is and then what it comes to after taxes are added, you can sometimes pay almost a third or more in taxes and additional fees and costs over the baseline fare. I do not know what has happened over the years with our regional experimentation in flying. From Liat to Buckville to Rive, or Better Walk if Able, as BWIA used to be known. There was another little airline, I don't remember, but they had gorgeous cutlery and red checkered tablecloths. I remember them. No, not Air Jamaica. Red Jet, out of Barbados. There has been experimentation with airlines, aircraft type, carrier types, size of aircraft. By now, this is not rocket science. US airlines, European airlines run short routes as well. There has to be a point at which you know what your critical load, your critical mass is for a load to be profitable. You must know which routes you have to do, what combination of a longer haul and a shorter haul will combine to make your route profitable. I do not understand what it is. And as I said, it's not a subject with which I boast deep familiarity or understanding, so I speak out of an abundance of ignorance, and I therefore say I do not understand what it is, why after all this time we cannot seem to get regional air travel right. That sometimes, depending on where you want to go, you have to leave 2 days in advance to allow for the route. That you could have the uncertainty of getting to the airport only to hear that your bags left, but you still are in one country and your bags have gone to another, or worse yet, as has happened to me more than once, you are stuck in a country because the flight that you were booked on is not going anymore. You have no prior notice. Your business is where at your destination waiting for you, and you cannot get to it. There is an economic cost to it. There is a social cost to it. There is the price of uncompetitiveness attached to it. And there is yet, from my perspective, and what I think is one of the sad consequences of it, the fact that there is, as a result, no incentive for Caribbean people to travel around the Caribbean. If it is going to cost me the same thing to go to Miami, or just about the same thing to go to Miami, especially if I could get a cheap fare, or New York, well, why would I go to lie on the same beach in the Caribbean, this is the thinking, when I could go to Miami and do some shopping, when I could walk about the big city and go to a big nightclub and so on. That is the thinking. And you must understand that it is a reasonable perspective. Because if you are counting your dollars and you want to maximize it, then it would have to be outside of the region where your money is going to be spent. Until and unless as a region, especially now in the wake of the collapse of Liat, with all of the controversy that has attended it, unless and until we, the governments of the region, the private sectors of the region, can get this issue of travel around the region priced right, efficient, effective, and regular, we are going to have a competitive problem, and a problem in relation to what the potential that our region could have even as a tourist destination. If you come in transit Unless you are flying by private aircraft, after you come out of Europe or after you come out of the United States, depending where on the United States you've come from, it can take you as long to get to your island destination as it has taken you to fly from North America or from the UK, which has no particular appeal. Because if you're then going into some of the islands where the ride to the airport, from the airport to the hotel or to the city center is an hour or two, when you look at it, it is not an attractive proposition, and as a tourist, you make a different option. If you are saving money, because we tend to feel that all tourists are rich, and in fact, they're not, they're just like us. Well, some of the others may be rich, but this particular senator is not, and I would save up my money for a trip. But the point is that most tourists do. They're the well-heeled people who come in on the private jets and who are frequent flyers and so. But many tourists save up their money. They take a trip to Barbados or to the Caribbean. They may do it once every 5 years. They may do it once or twice in a lifetime. They tell their friends then to come and so on. Not all of them are coming every winter and flying in twice during the winter and flying back out and so on. So when they have to save money, they then have to look at what are the most cost-effective destinations in the region. It should be possible to have a multi-destination ticket with combinations of islands that allow you to do that at almost a discount price or cost-effective price, so that if you're coming into the region, you can do 3-4 islands at a time. A few days here, a few days there, and make up your week. Because the average tourist, particularly out of the United States, is traveling from 4 to 7 days, not usually longer than that. You can do a one-day trip here and a one-day trip there. These are things that we should be trying to promote, facilitate, encourage, and enable. But the costs of moving around the region at the level of the passenger, the people movement, and the difficulty of it is really a disincentive and not an incentive. It also has to do, Mr. President, sir, I did say I wasn't going to speak long, so keep the clock on me and tell me how I'm doing. It is also a disincentive and a deep concern in relation to the movement of goods across our region. Because while we are talking now, especially in the context of the interruption of global supply chains, and we are talking about food and nutrition security in the region, bringing food out of Guyana, bringing food out of Dominica, bringing fruits and vegetables from other islands in the Caribbean, perhaps moving flowers to international markets. Barbados just got a silver gilt at the Chelsea Flower Show. We congratulate the persons involved in keeping the Barbados flag fed. They inform me that the silver gilt is above silver and just below gold, so they barely missed the gold. It's almost like an A- rather than a pure A, but it is a spectacular result after COVID stopped Chelsea for us to go back and again set our mark immediately internationally for high standards in the horticultural industry, and those who have persisted and who helped to bring home that silver gilt are to be congratulated. The wider point I'm making, sir, is that whatever we are seeking to move, unless we have the airlift, we cannot be talking about food and nutrition security in the region if at the end of the day you cannot move the food, if you cannot keep it fresh, if you can't keep high quality product moving from island to island very quickly, offload it at port and get it to the various vendors or refrigeration centers or whatever is required for that movement. There is a challenge in our region in this context that we must work to fix, we as a government and we as a people. We as a people, because The Caribbean Sea washes all our islands. It is part of the commonality that we share as a regional people, and therefore being able to have contact with each other, to see each other's space, each other's homes of origins. We marry each other, but we don't get to each other's islands. We go to school with each other, but we don't know where our friends come from. And unless we have this contact, the facility to move or move quickly in the region, to get on a plane and be sure that you can be back at work, at your desk, in your country the next morning. That you can go to the night and get on the first flight and get into Barbados, even if you're sleeping on the plane. You know, that is the reality. We need to be able to do that. Not just for partying, so I'm sure that there are those who want it for business purposes too, but some of us would like the opportunity to live in other islands. So these are the kinds of issues that I think we need to explore. What type of aircraft do we need for the travel to be profitable for the investor in the aircraft? What is the critical mass? What are the routes and particular islands and destinations and combinations that we need? What distances would be profitable? I want to, before I pause, make two further points. And they have to do, sir, with the fact that this whole thing of the pricing of the Caribbean, 3 points, sir, the pricing of the Caribbean travel product is critical, because I see us being caught in a situation where fuel costs are rising exponentially. I think that oil now is up to $124 per barrel, which is the highest it has been probably in 6 years or so. I don't hold me to those numbers, but I think it's somewhere in that region. I'm not far off. So there's a rise in fuel costs. There is the fact that the environmental lobby, particularly in relation to climate change, is going to impact our destination in one way or another, because the issue of carbon taxes and carbon pricing and carbon offsets for flights is going to become of greater relevance, greater pertinence, and increased cost, and is going to be flagged repeatedly going forward on the international market, and if we are having high taxes, et cetera, and all of these components are going into a ticket and the cost of travel, given where the Caribbean is located and our distance from our major source markets, the cost of travel to our region is going to increase significantly, and it has to be an issue which we take cognizance of. The final reason, Mr. President, I did say 3 points. The second would be this. If we are talking about transport across the region, again, there are people in the Caribbean who make money. They pocket it very, very quickly. When you look at, for instance, the telephone carriers and so on, what their profit margins are, when you look at the profit margins of the banks, even through COVID, when you look at the retail sector and how profitable it has been, even through COVID, the insurance sector, a lot of our investors in Barbados and the region are too risk averse. You cannot grow without risk. You cannot expand unless there's an element of risk. And there is enough capital in the region to create the kind of buffer to allow substantial and varied and diverse investment in these kinds of things that build our development trajectory and build out the Caribbean economy in a structured and strategic way. And our businesses have to step up to the plate in that regard. In that context, Mr. President, sir, we need fast ferries moving across the region, carrying people, carrying goods, carrying livestock, et cetera, et cetera. It's the same argument. I'm making the same argument in relation to water transport or maritime or sea transport that I've made in relation to the air transport. And my final point, I did promise 3, I've done 2, and my 3rd, therefore, Mr. President, and final point, and I haven't taken my half hour, so it's still a shorter speech than I would normally make. My final point, sir, is that our largest trading partner is the Caribbean. And if that is true, it's not. Well, okay. The Caribbean is the CARICOM is the only region with which we have a trade surplus. That is to articulate it more accurately. But the reality is, if we have a surplus with them, then the big in the dance. You mean that's just the reality in relation to our revenues generation and our foreign exchange earning. We can't discount them. They are the people on whom we have to rely in times of crisis. When there is a natural disaster in the region, it is the Caribbean that comes first to the help of one another. If we are to take CSME and CARICOM seriously, then the enablers of economic growth and activity we have to invest in those enablers, and transport is one of them. And therefore, you cannot say that the Caribbean is important to you, that CSME is an engine of growth, and then not take the steps necessary to facilitate that growth and to exemplify that importance. We must do what it takes to ensure that we as a people can have people-to-people contact, that we can have trade, that we aren't just talking about the movement of goods in the region, because unless we have the transport to carry it cost efficiently, we will move goods in the region, and you will find that it will be cheaper to bring oranges out of Florida than it is to bring them from Jamaica or Guyana. That's the reality. So it's all right to talk about food and nutrition security and getting food from the Caribbean, getting produce from the Caribbean, but if we can't move it cost effectively, if we can't move it quickly so that it's still fresh when it gets here, we have a major problem. I really want to see us. I want to see us move across the region with ease. I want to see us do it at a price that is affordable. I want little children, as I was, to say that I want to see the Caribbean and be able to get up and say, I have visited the Caribbean because they've been able to afford it and because it wasn't cheaper for them to go to Miami or to New York than it was for them to travel to Jamaica, Guyana, or Trinidad, and to see some of the beauty of our region and get to know their Caribbean brothers and sisters. I think this is important. As I said, it is not something I've thought through. I'm speaking as I am thinking, and more important for me is that I am speaking as I'm feeling. Mr. President, I did say that I would not detain the chamber for the full half hour. I propose, therefore, sir, to retake my seat in the hope that nobody would have said that I should not have got up in the first place. Much obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thompson. Senator Hines, Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I also want to follow the others in saying that I really did not have an intention to speak on this topic, and I will also be briefer than the previous senator. I promise. What I want to say about this is it really made me reflect on a recent experience I had, if I can share this with the members in here, Mr. President. I was supposed to go to a conference in St. Kitts and Nevis last week. I was supposed to go, I was invited, and someone from Grenada was also invited to speak at this conference. And we took the 2 weeks before this trying to figure out how to get to St. Kitts and Nevis and back to our two respective countries. And what happened in the end is that they worked out a way for us to do our presentations via Zoom. The COVID technology and all the rest of it allowed for us to present, but we had to do this in a remote way. Meanwhile, this was a conference that was put on by a Commonwealth-affiliated association. Those from the UK came on direct flights to St. Kitts and Nevis. And we, just down the road, across the sea a little bit, we could have got there faster if we were able to swim. And not only would we have got there faster, but if we were strong enough and if we don't have sharks or whatever, it would probably been a lot less inconvenient. Obviously, this is hyperbole, but the routes that were available to us were truly ridiculous. And I just want to say a little bit about these in connection to this bill. Because we would have either had to do a whole Caribbean island tour that would have taken us at least a day to get from Barbados to St. Kitts and Nevis, or from Grenada to St. Kitts and Nevis, or the easier way to get there was going through Miami. Leave Barbados, go to Miami overnight. Some people would like that. You go to Dolphin Mall or whatever and shop, and then go down to St. Kitts, and then the same way back. And for me, that is absolutely ridiculous. We both decided this is not the way to go. And I raise this in connection to this bill because this bill lays out that for regional destinations, and I am truly happy to see that regional destinations, this idea of the region is being expanded beyond CARICOM. Because I too enjoy traveling across the region, and I have been privileged enough because of my employment to have done quite a bit of this. Membership in Caribbean Studies Association has facilitated this, and it really is amazing to see the region. Not just CARICOM, but the wider Caribbean. But how would we treat to this travel from Barbados to St. Kitts via Miami? Would this be the $140 or the $70? Because it's regional travel, the destination is not truly Miami. It's not to go to the United States. But in order to get to St. Kitts, you have to go through Miami. So even though it is regional travel, kind of, and we could even include some visions of what the Caribbean is, includes Florida. And we can think about Florida as being the Caribbean in so many ways. It's touching the Caribbean Sea. If we look at some of the population in there, a large Cuban population, for instance, and others from places like Puerto Rico. But anyway, we don't need to get into that. But the point I am making here, Mr. President, is that we need to fix regional travel so that it truly is regional travel. Because what we will see is not only this inconvenience, but the additional price that people will have to pay if they have to go to the region through the United States of America, which is an international destination. So not only do we have all of the taxes that Senator Malalieu pointed out quite well, but we have this additional cost that we are paying if we attempt to travel across the region. And I think this is really quite unfortunate. I don't know if there is any way in which this bill could address this differently, in the same way that the bill lays out that persons who are in transit, if they're in Barbados for less than a day, they will not attract this fee. Perhaps if one is going to a regional destination through the United States of America, it may be possible to still pay the regional charge. If you're in the United States for less than a day, I don't know if that is a possibility, but it is quite unfortunate, and it is something that I think we need to keep in mind when putting in place these charges. So there's a lot of work we have to do to address regional travel. I'm really happy that Senator Thompson spoke about the fast ferry, because now you do not have to mention that. And many other things I don't have to mention because they've already been covered, but I did want to really highlight the fact that I don't think that this is adequately addressing regional travel, when much of regional travel, not all of it, still has to go through the United States. To get to Jamaica, the easiest way is to go through Miami again. So that means that I am attracting that $140 as opposed to the 70 70. So that is basically all I have to say on this matter. I hope that some consideration can be given to those persons who are in transit through the United States of America, even if they are going to a regional destination, so that they can pay the lower rate as opposed to the higher one. And with those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Odo Roberts. Roberts Odo. I was getting the last 2 names mixed up.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to echo the sentiments that were previously made. I had no intention to speak, and I promise you I will keep it absolutely brief. I'm always cautious when I'm going behind the likes of the Deputy Speaker and my former professor, Senator Hines. So I want to say this. I echo all of the sentiments that Senator Thompson and Senator Hines would have made in their impassioned and fully versed speeches. And I don't want to trod over well-worn ground, but just to say it is important, and all the things that we are doing and we continue to do, and all of the regionalism that we want to bring about, if we do not get this addressed, they will come to naught. But my points today are two single points, and they are focused very succinctly on the presentation made by the Leader of Government Business, because she took us comprehensively through what the act itself represents. She took us comprehensively through what it represents for Barbados, the kinds of allowances it gives us to represent ourselves well and fulsome on the international stage. But there was a point that she made that I think we cannot gloss over. And it stems from the point she made of more. That word more was used, whether intentionally or not, to convey a sentiment to Barbados that was, I hope, unintentional. And it caused a lot of conversation stemming around the idea that people were going to be charged more. And while I understand that that idea would clutch your pearls as they would make me clutch mine, I want to encourage Barbadians, when you see these kinds of things, to take the time to read it for yourself. Take the time to call your MP if you can. Take the time to go on to Parliament's website. Take the time to read the bill for yourself. Because I believe in Barbadians. I believe that we have all been educated to the point where we can read and understand for ourselves. And where you can't, there's always someone else who can have a conversation with. And that's important to me. But on the point of the more, the 2 points for more for me is, as Senator Hines would have pointed out, I am supremely happy to see that we are looking for more out of our regional relationships, that we are expanding the idea of what we consider to be our brothers and sisters in the region, that we are expanding that very narrow view of some of us that we exist within the bracket of CARICOM. There are many others in the region. So I'm glad that the adjustment has been made to encounter and to include Cuba, British, French, and Dutch Antilles, among others, in this definition of regional. And I'm glad that in this instance, you can get a little blame and pay the lesser price for visiting your brothers and sisters in the region. one of the more important mores to me is something that I knew I was going to have to do when I took what was offered and decided that I was going to become a government senator. I was going to have to be capable of standing in a room and giving full voice agreement to legislation that in some way may take away a privilege of mine or a privilege that is afforded to me by the position. Because I serve a government that believes that Barbadians should always have the impression that they live in an equal society. It doesn't always happen. Everything isn't always equal. That is the reality of life. But this government believes that at every opportunity, we must take to equalize the scales where we can. That is why there are initiatives such as trust loans to equalize the scales for those who can't go to a bank and produce all the manner of documentation that may be required, but still have the opportunity to advance, have the opportunity to have businesses and to do well. That is why there are other projects like the Hope Project to give an opportunity to those Barbadians who may not have it otherwise to have a home and to be able to advance in life. So I knew that that would be a requirement. So for me, that more in this particular bill represents more equality, because the previous iteration allowed two things. It allowed that there were 14 classes or sections of persons who were exempt from paying this fee. Completely exempt. And in that class of persons happened to be, well, it states Governor General, but we know that that now means president, wife, husband, children, senators, members of houses of assembly, their wives, husbands, children, to name a few of the persons who were given a privilege by the previous bill not to have to pay this particular tax. I want to say the more of equality for me I am happy to see, and I continue to see it in the actions and the policies of this government, and I will stand to defend it each and every time. Because we must be willing and must be able and must be glad to see that we will sign away whatever privileges that are allowed to us in a document as long as they bring about equality where it can. So I'm glad that those 14 classes are now 4. But moreover, I am glad that it has removed a particular privilege of the minister responsible. Because previously that minister then had the opportunity to designate other classes or sections of persons who could then be exempt. And while I believe that our ministers take each and every action in the best possible interest of the people, I am glad to see that now that we are taking this step to bring about that equality, we are also closing the door for any kind of change through any other means other than bringing it right back to these two houses. Because in this particular case, equality must be allowed, it must be enforced, and it must always stand. So I wanted to ensure that we did not forget those two mores, that we did not forget that as per usual, this government continues wherever it can to ensure that in every action that we take, we enforce equality for Barbadians at every turn. So with that statement, keeping it as short as I possibly can, Mr. President, to you I am obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Robert Paul. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, thank you very much. I wish to thank all who have spoken on this bill, and I will take a moment to just respond to some of the things. I heard Senator Mallalieu very specifically talking about the cost of tickets. I can tell you, Senator Mallalieu, I tell you through you, Mr. President, that the reality of the pricing of air travel in the region is something that fills us with distress. It really does. It is simply terribly expensive. We have also done the comparative analysis of travel from every destination throughout the region. We know what every destination's tax structure looks like. We know what the base airline price looks like. We know how that compares to Barbados's pricing. And there are any number of reasons why that may be. And I want to speak specifically in response then, Mr. President, to the allocation of the specific tax going to the Grand Island International Airport. Mr. President, many people would not have known, or many people may not have made the connection, for example, and I want to talk about where money goes and what money is spent on. And the reality of it is that all of us would like to be able to pay less for things, but we also want to be able as a country to have the benefit of receiving certain things from a government. Governments don't earn. Governments generate revenue through taxes raised from payments like these kinds of charges. And so the services that we want to be able to benefit from have a cost attached to them. And I'll give you the example, Mr. President. In 2020, the Grant Adams International Airport found itself faced with a scenario where travel flatlined. It does not receive, much like BBTMI now, any funds from central government. The government does not and has not previously financed the GAIA. There are two commercial state-owned enterprises on the government's books, both of which I have responsibility for, that do not receive a subvention or a transfer or subsidy from the government of Barbados from central government. Those are the Adams International Airport and the Barbados Port. They are completely self-funded. And so in order to be able to engage in expansionary projects, for example, each of those facilities have to be able to generate the revenue to pay for those services. So we did, for instance, an airport rehabilitation project for a new runway, not because we wanted to have a runway or because most of us would see the runway, but because the runway has to be certified. That came with a price tag, with a loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, which has to be repaid. When we want to reinstall belts, for example, I get a lot of concerns about how long it takes to get your baggage. Each one of those belts has to both be procured and maintained, and those things have a cost. If we're talking about cargo in the Bridgetown Port, for example, everybody wants to be able to get their goods cleared, but a single gantry crane in the Bridgetown Port costs $28 million. So when we want to have the kinds of services that come with these facilities, we have to also expect that there is a cost that is associated with those services. And if they don't come from taxes, they may come from all other sources, and we're not sure what those sources would be. And so a tax that goes to the airport for the purpose of ensuring that we maintain an airport at airport appropriate standards is perhaps not something that I would prefer because it makes travel expensive for all of us, but it also is something that I understand because I want to be able to walk into a facility and feel as though it is world class. And world class has a cost attached to it. And so we have to be able to treat to some of those things, but that does not mean that at the same time, and I put my hands up willingly and I say to you that I have fought over the last 2 years that I have been in this role against even the very idea of any additional charges, because the government has not wanted to put charges on anything that has been additional. But every time you have a service that has to be recalibrated, every time you have something that needs to be done, you have persons who would say to you, but why don't you charge this for that? Why don't you put in a charge? These persons are benefiting from this, but they should be paying more. And each time I have had to have the occasion to say to people, I am not having any more of these charges or surcharges applied, because when we do this, and you look at the baseline, I said to you, we already have the analysis. If you do this, you are just piling that on as a pass-through to the final consumer and making Barbados not just more expensive, but less competitive. So the answer is a hard pass. Why do you think, for example, Mr. President and colleagues, that for simple things like persons arriving in Barbados and paying for COVID tests over the last 2.5 years, there are so many people who gave us flack as a government. Why are we paying for it? Why are we not making people pay for COVID tests? But how could you charge even a single more dollar on top of the already expensive travel to come to Barbados, destination Barbados still has to consider competitiveness. And so the thing about it is that we have to be able to view all of the things that we want with the overall cost of getting those things. And so that is the trade-off, the hard trade-off sometimes of having a policy-making view of how these things would unfold. But if we can get volumes up, if we are able to get load capacities up, if we're able to get the private sector to come in and to provide more airlift, because, you know, we had in the intervention from Senator Thompson, I promise you, all of that work has been done. People know what the profitable routes are. There is a clear sense of where the routes are unprofitable. We know what the lift capacity needs to be. We know what the load factors need to be in order to break even. But governments don't own airlines. The private sector owns airlines. Unless you are Trinidad with a national carrier, and we have the challenge that was there with LIAT. And let us be clear, even with LIAT, I sit in the seat where the GAIA was left holding the responsibility for the liabilities accrued by LIAT, where the Caribbean Aircraft Handling Company, which is our ground handling company, was left holding the financial liability associated with the collapse of LIAT. And that would go on and on and on. We as a government do not own airlines, and so we have no control over what aircraft is available, how many seats are available on aircraft that may not be there, but what we do have to do is to be that attractive destination to airline investment. But let us also be honest, investors are investing not in charitable pursuits, but they're investing for a return on investment. And we have to make sure that the failures of previous airlines in the region do not become a disincentive to new investment coming into the region and offering airlift and offering new opportunities. Now, there was also the question of the pre-clearance proposal. Now, it's serendipitous that Senator Malibu says that, because it is something that the Ministry of Tourism and International Transport is actively working on. As a matter of fact, we have had for the last, I want to say 2 months, a team of consultants, I should say, working on the ground with us on the expansion of our operations at the airport, what that looks like, our security clearances, and they have also been working with the TSA from the United States, and one of the deliverables is a mapping of pre-clearance. But let us also not move very far away from where I started. In 2016, when Barbados first considered pre-clearance, the price tag at the time as a starting point was $6 million. So be careful what we ask for, because everything has a cost attached to it. And when the cost gets applied, that which you asked for and we will deliver then becomes a challenge. So there always has to be that cost balance there. Now, in terms of cargo, I want to be clear, colleagues. When you talk to the airlines, and I'll use one specific example. Earlier this year, and then last year, many of you may have seen a notice come out on the Government Information Service which said there was an embargo on cargo shipments from Barbados, and there was an embargo on mail shipments from Barbados to the United Kingdom. When we met with the airline partners, one of the things that they said to me that first morning in the meeting was this: we ship cargo to Barbados, perishables largely in principle for the tourism sector, to be quite frank, perishables that need to be here in a set time frame. 90% of our goods are actually shipped by maritime, by sea, 90%. So the cargo shipping is maritime. Very little of it, except for perishables for the most part, comes by air. And what they said to us about regional movement by air is that in coming to Barbados, they come in full, but because of supply side capacity constraints, not just in Barbados, but across the region, many of these cargo shipments go back out empty. That is replicated also in the Bridgetown port, in containers. The containers, 20 foot, 40 foot, come in, and they come in full with imports, but the re-exports leave the containers for what we call less than a container load. So you have to understand the dynamics of the productive sectors for the purposes of production in order to be able to make sense of either air or sea freight, because you have to be able to justify again for an investor, what is the return on my investment? For cargo, on Saturday, for example, we spent the day with our Prime Minister and the delegation from Guyana and their teams. We were on the ground in the port, for example, looking at what the capacity could be in terms of partnerships with Guyana and the food terminals and those kinds of things. And I spent the day on the ground with them myself, along with the team from the port. We had a conversation, for example, with Tropical Shipping. Tropical Shipping is one of the partners that moves cargo interregionally. A lot of the cargo in the region for international carriers is shipped to Jamaica. It is disembarked in Jamaica and then transshipped on smaller carriers throughout the region. So if we're talking about transshipment and regional movement, we have to be able to understand that there are existing carriers that move goods throughout the region, namely Tropical and 3 other carriers in particular, but I use Tropical only as an example because we were talking to them on Saturday about a very specific matter. They move cargo throughout the region every day. In a shallow draft of the Barbados port, which is now being transformed, and there is a new we call a roll-on, roll-off facility. Every Tuesday and every Thursday, you will find the boats bringing the vegetables and the fruit from the Eastern Caribbean. They come and they disembark, and you will find on a Tuesday and a Thursday, all the vendors are going to get their vegetables. There is movement happening. There is volume taking place. Can we do more? Should we do more? Absolutely. But I just wanted to make sure that we understood that there are already a number of players that are actively in the market, having done the analysis, and including on the question of regional ferries or fast ferries. That is a matter which is actively still under consideration. The last time that CARICOM, under the umbrella of the CARICOM, of the COTED of CARICOM, Council on Trade and Economic Development, specifically at the time with responsibility for international transport, they looked at that. There were a series of nodes that they were looking at to be able to justify where regional fast ferries would move, coming from the south, coming from the east, coming from the north, and what those rotations would look like. I promise you that the work is ongoing every day in the respective ministries of whether it is here in my ministry, if it is an investment, if it is an Invest Barbados, if it is in the Bridgetown port, if it is in the airport, and in the case of travel for the Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc. But the question does have to be, what are the broader productive sectors that make this viable? So if we are already shipping out empties, either by air or by sea, what is the movement looking like? And how does an investor guarantee his return on investor? And how do we ensure that in making a commercial case, we are not also making the case for increased costs to ourselves, because it is an unsustainable enterprise if it is not properly designed. So I give the commitment that the work will continue. I give the commitment that as a government, we want to be able to ensure that there is expanded capacity in airlift. I, like you, Senator Hines, through you, Mr. President, have a philosophical opposition to the idea of flying outside of my region in order to come back in, but we all have had to do it, frustratingly so. So I understand that annoyance, because I have had to go up to Miami to go to Jamaica and to come back. It's frustrating. But what we need to be able to do is to, one, and we are already doing that, working with CAL to see when they will get the expansion of their fleet and they will have more numbers and they will be in a position to ramp back up beyond 2019 levels, when we're going to be able to see new equipment being onboarded with Inter-Caribbean, so that we have an expansion of the number of routes, bigger equipment as well, when we're able to get Fly Always flying as well, and when we're able to expand the number of routes being traveled by Air Antilles, and hopefully also when we are able to welcome new carriers and private investors into the region, so that we're able to go and visit our friends and our families, and so that, like many of you, my own daughter can say, I have gone to the region where I am from, and I have not just gone to the US or to the UK or to international destinations, but I know my region as well. And so with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this honourable chamber now dissolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Honourable Senate do now resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 1 stand part.
Question is that clause 1 stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 2 stand part.
The question is that clause 2 now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I beg to move that clause 3 stand part.
The question is that clause 3 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 4 stand part.
Question is that clause 4 now stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Think the ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 5 stand part.
Question is that clause 5 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 6 stand part.
The question is that clause 6 do now stand part. All honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. All honourable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 7 stand part.
Question is that clause 7 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 8 stand part.
The question is that clause 8 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I beg to move that clause 9 stand part, Madam President. Madam Chair.
The question is that clause 9 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. All honorable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that clause 10 stand part.
The question is that clause 10 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. All honorable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Madam President, finally, I beg to move that clause 11 stand part.
The question is that clause 11 do now stand part. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. All honorable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Madam Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Cummins.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that this act do now pass and be cited as the Airport Service Charge Act 2022.
The question is that this bill be now passed and be cited as the Airport Service Charge Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 4, sir, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, and which item has, order number 5, sir, in the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, which bill has been assigned to Senator, the Honourable Dr. Monroe Knight, to move the second reading of the Animals, Diseases and Importation Amendment Bill 2022.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Mr. President, thank you for acknowledging me as I introduce this bill. The bill before us seeks to amend the Animal Disease and Importation Act, CAP 235, and essentially the amendment does two main things. One, it makes provision for the minister by order to amend the schedule. And second thing is, it makes provision for a schedule, right? Two important things. So that previously we would have had the definition of communicable animal disease, and therefore every time that we needed to speak to a new communicable animal disease, it would have meant then that the minister would have had to come back to ask for this to be specifically identified. This amendment now changes, or rather, let me say, deletes the definition of communicable animal disease and substitutes it to say that it means a disease specified in the schedule. So that essentially it provides now for flexibility for the minister as might be necessary to be able to amend the schedule to add diseases that may come about. And Mr. President, I want to spend some time just speaking to the principle, because this is a principle. This government has been speaking in various fora on its commitment to reforming the way that we do government. Part of that reform, as we've talked about in this chamber previously, had to do with the introduction of a commitment for results framework, a performance management framework. The Prime Minister quite recently, however, would have spoken to broader reform of the public service as well to enhance the efficiency and the way that we do our work. And so that we will note that this chamber, or coming before this chamber, has been a number of bills that intends to provide for flexibility and nimbleness to government processes that were not there before. And so that this is a plank of the government's effort to make sure that we can be responsive. If COVID-19 has taught us anything, it has taught us that we need to make sure that we can respond appropriately and in ways, like I said before, that demonstrate that we can be nimble enough and not get stuck in processes that do not provide sufficient wiggle room. Mr. President, I want to say that one of the primary introductions in the context of this amendment is the addition to the schedule of African swine fever. And certainly if most Barbadians are like me, I'm asking myself, what's next? Or as we Barbadians would say, if it ain't one thing, it's another. We are currently in the midst of the Omicron variant of COVID-19. And for me, again, I thought that we were on a downward spiral with this COVID-19. You know, after we came through from Alpha, and, you know, we had a number of very unfortunate deaths, particularly among our older people, and we were seeing numbers declining, I perhaps most Barbadians were beginning to feel a little bit comfortable that although it wouldn't necessarily disappear, but that we were, you know, it was waning, we were coming to an end. And then up comes the Omicron variant. And most countries now worldwide, like ours, are going through the 4th and 5th wave now. And that while the Omicron variant is said to be not as fatal, certainly it is more highly infectious, spreads faster through the population, so that we are seeing now cases and hospitalizations in some countries, again, on the increase. And Mr. President, I want to note that, you know, when we think about the COVID-19 and how, I would say it just appeared. One day we were going very merrily about our business, and the next day we were in the midst of a health crisis, in the midst of a pandemic. It came from nowhere. We weren't necessarily prepared for how COVID-19 would devastate not only us, but the world. And even though, Mr. President, I'm sure that most of us are experiencing what we call COVID-19 fatigue, I believe that we ought to remember that this disease costs worldwide over 62 million deaths, and here in Barbados, 450 deaths, and particularly amongst our older population. As the government struggled to, in the early days of the pandemic, to come to terms with what it would mean to be able to respond, it cost the government $390 million in order to be able to mount an effective response, monies that we had not planned for. Mr. President. Moreover, the government also lost over $600 million in expected revenue, a revenue that was expected before the pandemic, a pandemic that we had not foreseen. Monies, Mr. President, that we had not planned to expend in that way to respond to the health crisis. And now, Mr. President, we have monkeypox. Where has it come from? Again. So even as we are trying to have some level of normalcy in the context of COVID-19, up comes something else that we have to contend with in a particular way. And very interestingly, Mr. President, one of the first memes locally that I saw about monkeypox was a suggestion that all of those persons who are resistant to taking the vaccine for COVID-19 would be the first to line up if there was a vaccine for monkeypox. The assumption is that people don't mind being bedridden or experiencing severe flu symptoms, but they certainly don't necessarily want the skin lesions associated with monkeypox. And so that we are faced with continuing circumstances that we didn't plan for, weren't necessarily prepared for. And again, that lesson about the fact that we have to make sure that our processes that we have in place are flexible enough to allow us to be able to respond as circumstances arise. And so that this amendment, once again, in principle, allows for, in this particular case, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security to be able to be responsive to diseases now, in this particular case, that affects animals. Well, Mr. President, before we get there, I also want to say that, you know, when we talk about diseases and how we manage as a country, and, you know, particularly diseases that affects us as humans, yeah? It was interesting for me in the context of the COVID pandemic and observing Barbados's attempts to acquire vaccines and noting again the inequality and the imbalance that happens in the context of those who have access and those who don't have access. Essentially, Mr. President, the vaccine apartheid that we experience under COVID-19. And then even in the context of the discussion now or concern around monkeypox, the debate that is happening internationally around the fact that all of the images associated with monkeypox are images of Black people as well. It's an interesting, you know, when you begin to think about it, it's extremely interesting, the dynamic of who gains, who has access, who loses, and the impact. So that we're talking not just about the disease in itself, but the actual socioeconomic impact that it has. And also as well on an international level, how it shows up and continues to show up, the inequality that is there. And the same thing as well, Mr. President, with the African swine fever. Because what I understand of this, of this disease is that it is extremely highly infectious. Mr. President, I am told that it is a severe viral disease of pigs. And I want to, Mr. President, be very careful to say, one, that the African swine fever is not in Barbados. I probably should have said that first, because we are having a discussion and at least people become unnecessarily concerned. The African swine fever is not in Barbados. And while it is a disease found in pigs, it cannot be transferred to humans. So let me say that, Mr. President. But like I would say, the disease causes severe illness and high death rates, up to 100% mortality. All ages of pigs are affected. There is no vaccine or treatment, and that when infected, pigs can carry the viral illness for several months. So that the only way that we can attempt to deal with this is to slaughter the pigs. Yeah? For instance, in Dominican Republic, 74,000 pigs nationwide had to be slaughtered as part of the contingency plan. As part of the contingency plan. Not that these pigs were infected, but they had to be slaughtered. 74,000 pigs had to be slaughtered as part of the contingency plan for virus eradication, and the government then had to spend again money that they had not planned for, over 350 million pesos, in order to address the outfall from this disease. Now, Mr. President, I am not a pork lover, but I would admit that one of the best things, particularly around Christmas, is the smell of fresh ham baking. And even though I'm not a pork lover and I don't eat it on a regular, I am known to just have a little bit of a sliver when it first comes out of the oven. And I'm also known to make sure that I just have a pack of salt bread very handy to make sure that my sliver goes into that salt bread. Just for that moment, Mr. President. But could you imagine, to all of the pork lovers across Barbados, to face the decimation of the pork industry? I am sure that there are many that would go into what we call it a apoplectic fit. No more pork. What do we do with pork now? Barbecue pork?
Put in the sauce, please.
Put it on sauce. Pigtails. Fried pork. I'm getting all of those. I want the record to reflect that those are not coming from me, since I would not be aware. But could you imagine that we would have the decimation of our pork industry in Barbados? And while we talk about the impact it would have on pork lovers, imagine the impact it would have on those who make the pork industry their livelihoods. What we are essentially talking about is loss of jobs for people, loss of livelihoods, loss of an entire industry. You can imagine having to slaughter the entire pig sector in Barbados on the basis of this disease. So that while, Mr. President, we are caught up with COVID-19, as we rightly should, as a disease that affects humans, and it is extremely important in terms of its impact on our population, I believe that we have to be equally concerned with diseases like the African swine fever and others that affect animals, because they have broader socioeconomic impacts. So it's not just the animal, but that there is an interdependence between us as humans and animals, and not only in the context of food, like I said, that they provide, but again, the broader socioeconomic context. And I also want to speak as well to the fact that just generally, animals also provide a source of comfort and companionship. Mr. President, I did not see myself as a dog lover. In fact, I detested them. I grew up as a child, frightened. A dog coming across the road, Mr. President, I ain't ashamed, I can tell you. And that lasted very much until my adulthood. And it was only because my daughter begged that we ended up having not one, but two. I don't know how we got the second one, but we ended up with 2 dogs. And Mr. President, I can tell you, anybody touch my 2 dogs now, Mama Bear coming out. Truth. And I say that to say that, again, while we are concerned about the diseases that affect humans. It's important for us also as well to be cognizant of what is happening with animals, the diseases that affect them, and more importantly, what is happening in relation to how we treat to our animals and the rates as well, to make sure that they are well fed, to make sure that they are well taken care of. And Mr. President, I want to also therefore make the point that this amendment, again, and I am reiterating it, is about allowing us to be prepared. It is not here yet, but we are preparing. And one part of that preparation is making sure that we are able to sensitize and to educate our farmers on what are the best standards that have to be in place to ensure that it doesn't come into our shores. And the Ministry of Agriculture, I'm aware, will have a broad-based public education program in order to be able to do that education and awareness raising. Mr. President, I want to come to something that is perhaps maybe a little bit uncomfortable for some as well, because as we talk about pigs and pig rearing, and we know that in other discussions we recognize that there are neighborhoods across Barbados in which pig farming is a reality, it's part of the community, it's part of the livelihoods as well. But there's also concern that we must have a balance, because you will have persons who are rearing their pigs in the midst of neighborhoods who are also impacting others within the communities. So how do we have that balance in which we are able to say to people, we want you to have your livelihoods, but let's also be cognizant of the impact that you will have on others. And I don't mean to be crude, Mr. President, but really, what we're really talking about is the smell. So imagine you in your kitchen on a Sunday, just trying to cook your Sunday food. And the smell from your neighbor 2 doors down is wafting through your Sunday meal. It's a reality for some in Barbados, Mr. President. Mr. President, think about the fact that the flies make your kitchen their own. It's a reality. So that we have to make sure that there is a balance between the livelihoods and protecting and valuing the livelihoods in terms of pig farming, but also being sensitive. And again, that has to do with making sure that we have appropriate standards, and that will also be part of the public education that will be undertaken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security to make sure that we have a pig industry that is up to the level that allows us to be able to protect ourselves, yes, from the African swine fever, but also as well by the practice of those very standards, make sure that communities then can be able to have the necessary balance for livelihoods, but also as well comfort. Mr. President, I want to also indicate that the amendment in the context of helping us to prepare and helping us to deal with the African swine flu and to be flexible in terms of dealing with things that may come that we are not prepared for, that the Ministry of Agriculture is not sitting idly by, just saying, okay, so we've passed we're going to pass this legislation and make it easier for these issues to be addressed, but that there are actually significant measures that are being put in place to make sure, Mr. President, that we can also be ready. So that, for instance, already a regional risk assessment has been done across the region to be able to assess how the swine fever may actually enter our ports and what we will need to do to be able to protect ourselves. Additionally, Mr. President, here locally, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is revising the National Emergency Animal Disease Preparedness and Outbreak Response Plan. Again, in order to make sure that we can be prepared. A part of that revision of that document will also then require the establishment of a National Emergency Animal Agriculture Disease Committee. Preparation, Mr. President. And that committee will allow for the establishment of structures similar to what we had to do in the context of COVID-19, but whereas for COVID-19 we were not prepared, what we are doing now is learning those lessons and make sure that we put the structure and processes that are necessary in order to protect our island and protect our pig farmers, protect jobs, Mr. President, and of course make sure that the pork lovers are also as well kept satisfied. That's very, very important. That's very, very important, Mr. President, for us to be able to do that. So, Mr. President, as I close on this, I want to, again, just reiterate the fundamental point and principle that we have here in relation to this amendment. This amendment, one, allows for, again, the minister to have the necessary flexibility. Again, lesson so that we've learned, the government is demonstrating, even just in this one bill that is before us, that we've understand the importance of being able to have a process that would allow us to respond when we need to things that may arise. Yeah, fundamental principle. And then secondly as well, that the government is putting specific response mechanisms in place in order to ensure that we are protected. And then thirdly as well, that the government is not just attempting to address us in a manner through legislation and through committees, but through direct engagement, through the public education, to talking, to engaging with the pig farmers and constituencies, because we understand fundamentally that we are dealing with an industry and the interconnectedness of both animals and humans, and how we have to make sure that how we take care of them, how we protect, how we ensure that the livelihoods of persons involved in animal husbandry is also reflective of us as a society. So, Mr. President, I commend this bill and I'm obliged to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Mulroney Knight.
Second reading. Move the second.
Sorry, have to move the second reading.
And now move the second reading of this bill. Sorry, I do now move the second reading of this bill. Sorry. So I beg to move that this bill be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Mulroney Knight. Senator Dr. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Protocol being established, I do not intend to be long. Today is a very special day for me, sir, as I stand in this honorable chamber. I was just here soaking up everything and the great privilege I have of privilege I have to actually be in this chamber sharing in the development of this great nation. Today is significant, June 1st, for me because, well, in the liturgical life of the church, it is the feast of St. Justin Martyr, one of the great Christian teachers of the 2nd century. But also June 1st would have been the first day, 35 years ago, I entered the great halls of the Lodge School in St. John. And if anyone remembers anything from June 1st, 35 years ago, it was June 1st, 1987, when the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow died. That was my first day in school in Barbados. And it's something that has bothered me for a long time, that the first day I got to actually share and be a part of this great gift of education in Barbados, one who's accredited with having established it, died. Many persons have said to me that I caused it, but I've reflected over time, and perhaps I've placed myself blasphemously in St. Luke's Gospel, chapter 2, where I said that on my entry into school in Barbados, perhaps that great man, like the aged Simeon in the temple, said, well, Lord, now you can let your servant depart in peace, because your word has been fulfilled, for mine eyes have seen the salvation. That hasn't been realized as yet, sir, but that's the way it is. And so, as I listened to the various debates for today, I could not help but think of the great contribution of the Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow to this country. When we were talking about the caves and tourism, you could not help but think of his contribution. When we spoke earlier about regional travel and regional integration, he was one of the champions of those things. So I believe today it is incumbent upon us to at least acknowledge his contribution to our country and pay some homage as we observe the day of his death. But with regard to this particular bill, sir, I share the view of Senator Dr. Knight and commend the government for making this amendment that may to some seem cursory in just changing a line or two, but actually what we're doing is giving the minister the opportunity and the ability to respond in real time. Because if we've learned nothing from the past 3 years, it's that these diseases and these viruses now have passports and visas. They travel very, very quickly. And so we have to be equipped to respond in real time. But I also believe it gives us the opportunity to take a more comprehensive look at the matter of hand of animals, diseases, and importation. The events of the past few years have spotlighted how critical an issue this is for us as a nation and a region. The emergence of the novel coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, has demonstrated the vulnerability of humanity and the fragility of our ecosystems. Whether we wish to accept that coronavirus had its origins in pangolins or bats or whatever, what we do have evidence of is that human beings are a part of the animal kingdom, and we are susceptible to some of the diseases that exist in the animal kingdom. It is therefore imperative that we are extremely cautious in our treatment to diseased animals, but also we must be vigilant about the introduction of new species into our ecosystem. I have said that to say that this discussion is not simply about animal diseases. It's about food security, it is about national health, and I dare say it is about national security. In the Anglican Communion, we have 5 marks of mission. And the 5th mark of mission for us is to safeguard the integrity of creation and renew the life of the earth. That is to make sure that we recognize that we are stewards of everything around us as human beings. And one of the major threats I see to our existence and the standard of life we have as a nation is the introduction of foreign species into this country. The introduction of foreign species into this ecosystem. We have seen, as I said in the case of COVID-19, how fragile ecosystems are. And as I was reflecting upon this, I read an article from September 2020 when the Minister of Tourism, who happens to be the leader of government business in the Senate here, Senator Cummings, toured the Marizares Sanctuary in Harry Smith, St. Philip. And the head of that sanctuary, Ryan Smith, lamented. He lamented at the time that Barbadians are smuggling exotic species of animals and birds into the island. And he warned that these things pose a danger to farmers and the ecosystem. He then went on to say, a lot of people smuggle things into the island. They realize that they did not do their research on the animals, and then they realize that the animals either get too big, or get too expensive, or aggressive, and they can't be handled. And so some persons would release these animals into the environment, causing a huge problem for Barbados. I think this is where we need to pay some attention. As I read the Principal Act that is being amended, Section 21 startled me, because I would have thought that in reflecting upon this act at this time, in the face of coronavirus and all the other things, and the emergence of the African swine flu that we have just heard about, I would have thought that we would have gone a little further in our amendments, because in Section 21 of that act, sir, the penalties against contravention of the act are simply $96. $96 or 6 months in prison. These are things that can cause national crises. These are things that can cause international crises. While it is understandable that the Act first came into existence in 1951 with a few amendments, the latest being 2007, certainly in 2022, seeing the danger that the introduction of viruses and new species can cause to our ecosystem and to our world, one would think that the weight of these penalties would have been increased. And why do I call for this, sir? As I mentioned, this is a matter of food security. As Senator Dr. Monroe Knight just pointed out, new diseases can affect livestock, which can threaten the availability of food. If Barbados has a pork crisis, as she pointed out not long ago, you have a mental health crisis as well. This is serious business. New diseases can affect productivity, the ability of people to work, the ability of people to find work. As we've seen in the wake of COVID-19, we've seen the closure of food processing plants, which have affected the world. Right now, there's a baby formula crisis coming out of the movement of goods and the supply chain. All of these are things that just started with one disease entering the human system. And so as we reflect upon this bill today, let us look at it in a more comprehensive way and recognize that as Barbadians, we have an obligation to make sure that we protect our ecosystem, we protect our food security. It's also a national health crisis. COVID-19 has shown how easily diseases can spread from one territory to another, as I mentioned earlier. These things now have passports and visas. The movement of people is so rapid in our world today that one mistake here can affect the world because of our connectivity. While our connectivity is one of our greatest strengths, this is also one of our greatest weaknesses, as we've seen. In 2019, Barbados hosted a workshop on illegal wildlife trade entitled The Enforcement of the International Trade Endangered Species of Wild Flora and Fauna Act. I don't know how that has developed here. I don't know if that has been enacted in Parliament or what has happened. But I would like to see more punitive measures for people bringing exotic animals into our ecosystem. The reason being, sir, as we talked about regionalism today, I sat quietly because perhaps in this chamber I am the one who has the most connections regionally. I was born on the island of St. Martin to a Barbadian mother and an Anguillian father. My grandfather, one of them, my paternal grandfather, was from Marie-Galante, which is a French territory. I have cousins in Antigua, Anguilla, all the Virgin Islands, so I'm regional, sort of. But what I've seen in St. Martin, since my last visit there, I've been going back over and over the years, but in recent times, it seems as though someone or some group of people introduced iguana to the island. And now everywhere you go in St. Martin, they're all around the place. Everywhere. They've become pests. A similar thing is happening here. I don't know if they were introduced or they just migrated themselves, but there's a green parrot that is in Barbados now and very prevalent in Barbados. And they've been eating everything they can find. Last year, I went to a dunks tree. I saw it in the distance, and I saw lots of ripe ones on it. But when I got close, I realized they were only seeds. They had eaten everything of these things. They're just destructive. And that is what new species can do in an environment. And that's just mild. But I want to encourage us to be very vigilant as a people in this country, because what we have seen in recent years is that these diseases can move very quickly. And once they get here, we have a national crisis, a health crisis, and food security crisis that can put our people in serious peril. And so I support the bill and I support the amendment to give the minister that power to make these quick adjustments. But I also call for a little more and more punitive measures for persons smuggling exotic animals and possibly new viruses and diseases into our country. With that, I thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Rogers. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to be brief, just say a couple words in support of this amendment. Let me begin by saying that in a country as food insecure as ours, every effort must be made to ensure that we protect what we have. Our pork industry is an important part of our agricultural sector. It's an important part of our food security. It's an important part of our culture. I'm sure no Barbadian would wish to be without ham or pudding and sauce at the appropriate time and in the appropriate place. African swine fever, according to the World Animal Health Information System of the World Organization of Animal Health, OIE, is one of the most devastating diseases of pigs worldwide. The disease is not present in our country, thank God, and we should be doing everything to keep it out. I remember during the 1980s, considerable sums of money, I don't remember the figure right now, was spent to eradicate the disease from Haiti. And eradication consisted of killing all the pigs in that country. A massive undertaking, an expensive undertaking. The disease is one where there's no vaccine, and it is devastating in those places where it exists and expensive to control. biosecurity, and effective quarantine systems are the only available approaches to controlling the disease. And therefore, attempts to strengthen our Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Nutrition Security is an important element in developing our food security. And I mentioned earlier in this Parliament or in this chamber the need to strengthen the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, strengthening the quarantine systems, both plant quarantine and animal quarantine. These are important elements of the way forward as we seek to become more food secure. And so, Mr. President, it's just to say that I'm in support of the bill presented to us today, and I look forward to further discussion on the elements of food security and how we can strengthen our country in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Bradley. Senator Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I often in the early hours of the morning drive up to St. John, and I have noticed that whereas 2+ years ago, I could smell that smell of pig pens being cleaned, I no longer smell it. I don't have a problem with pig pens, Mr. President. They're part of the social fabric in which I grew up. And those of us who participated in such things know that you do not clean a pig pen in the middle of the day. It's done first thing in the morning, because it also affects how you smell. Mr. President, the pork industry in this country, and I'm not going to speak about African swine fever the way my colleagues have, is probably a greater risk from imports than an outbreak. Mr. President, we have seen, and I saw it personally in the early part of the pandemic when pig farmers, small pig farmers, were forced to destroy their pigs and their breeding stock because there was no market for the pork, because the market was flooded with cheap imports. And it happened because a particular plant had been given a license to bring in pig carcasses. Mr. President, that destroys the most important thing, the genetics. Because a Bayesian pig is not an American pig, it's not an English pig. It's a hybrid that has been bred over many years. So while we stand in this chamber and we are doing the right thing, and the government has done the right thing here, we need to put steps in place to make sure that the genetics of the particularly farm animals that we have bred and are stable are protected, like the pigs, and similarly our black-bellied sheep. And I don't know if we do enough, Mr. President, to protect and secure the genetics in the name of this country. And I just want to raise that point because I was on the internet one night and I saw there's a creature called the Texas Barbados black-bellied sheep. And I really laughed. And it's a hybrid, and it's registered. And I've asked myself, well, where is the genetics of all black-bellied sheep registered? And if we have an outbreak of a disease in this country that really damages our stock, what will happen? And I just put it out there as food for thought, Mr. President. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Maynard. Senator Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. And I want to very quickly join the debate in support of the bill, out of a recognition of the fact that biosecurity is important. The amendments before the House are aimed at ensuring that Barbados is prepared if that time comes for the swine fever. And this is but a single challenge in this new global environment. A global environment, Mr. President, defined by COVID-19, a global environment in which small countries like Barbados are compelled to respond to a myriad of threats that at times in the past were not relevant to us. In the past, Mr. President, there was a time when we defined security in the narrow terms of encroachment to our lands, and that time has passed. So now we are grappling with COVID, we are grappling with things like the African swine fever, and certainly in the context of public health more broadly, we're grappling with things like antimicrobials and things that represent, all of them, Mr. President, which represent new threats to this country. And I want to join Senator Monroe Knight in underscoring that the African swine fever is not here, that it cannot affect the human population. But I also want to implore Barbadians to take heed to the messages of the Ministry of Agriculture and to play their part, to steal a phrase, in protecting our country from this new threat and the myriad of threats that abound, Mr. President. Part of that, playing our part, means listening and heeding the message. It means being honest at the ports of entry about that which we may have in our possession and the origins of that which we may have in our possession. And I want to implore Barbadians, because the stakes are high. The stakes are high because, as we have heard in this chamber this afternoon, lives and livelihoods depend on the pork industry. It is not just my own Saturday morning that would be slightly different if we had to get rid of all of the pigs in the country. But it would also mean, Mr. President, in very real terms, that there are children that would not be able to go to school because their parents who are pig farmers and depend on that income to send them to school would not have it. It would mean, Mr. President, that our unemployment figures would increase. It would mean, Mr. President, that the viability of a processing plant would be no more. And so I want Barbadians to understand, because I think very often, well, Barbadians have the capacity to understand, and that is unquestionable. There is a feeling, Mr. President, that this is the concern of those people over there. That is a concern of the Ministry of Agriculture, that is a concern of the Ministry of Health, that is a concern of environmentalists and science people, And Mr. President, it is all of our concern. Because protecting this country from the myriad of threats, specifically in this context, the African swine fever, I was inclined to say something else. The African swine fever is critical. Mr. President, we are having this debate as countries around the world grapple with biosecurity threats of their own. The importation of pathogens, a myriad of things. And so it is commendable that the government of Barbados recognizes and has the foresight to recognize, particularly having gone through COVID, that there requires foresight, there requires planning, and that the necessary response be engaged in to ensure that we all stay safe and protected. And with those very few words, Mr. President, I am much obliged.
Thank you, Senator Boyce. Senator Dr. Roberts O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. President. The doctorate that you have awarded me, I take gladly. Mr. President, I am happy to lend my voice today to this amendment because it affords me the opportunity to have a discussion on the advancements of humankind. As we stand here in the year of our Lord 2022, we as humankind have managed to tame and impose our will on much of the world as it stands. We have made tremendous advancements medically. We have extended our lifespans. We have found cures, and inoculations for diseases that have baffled us in years prior. Agriculturally, we have advanced our capability at food production, large-scale industrial crop and livestock rearing. We have increased it to the point that we could, in fact, end world hunger. Unfortunately, we have not increased our will to do so as a world. Through travel and trade, never before in our history has there been a time where we could travel faster, farther than we can right now. We can do business, trading services and goods, send those goods to the four corners of the earth. We are well in the grips and in the blessings, some may say, of globalization. But all of these advancements, in truth and in fact, have come with risks. We have increased our resistance to drugs and treatments. Sometimes, in some cases, scientists say that we have, in fact, caused the mutation of already known pathogens. We have caused ecological upheavals by moving into previously unoccupied spaces on our Earth. Through globalization, trade and travel, we have, in fact, as a world and as individual countries, forced open with a crowbar the entire world to us. But we have also, in fact, opened ourselves to the world. And with it has come issues of terrorism, money laundering, pandemics. As we ourselves have seen, tremendous advancements have come with tremendous risks. And never before have those risks been clearer. Because, as I indicated, with the increased ecological upheaval, coupled with globalization, coupled with international trade and travel, the future level of risk for infectious diseases, emergence, and outbreaks has turned all the way up. The Institute of Medicine, in their 2 reports, sir, the 1992 Emerging Infections, Microbial Threats to Health in the United States, and the 2003 Microbial Threats to Health, speaks about these risks. It points out the zoonotic pool of possible human pathogens. And because of how we are operating as it relates to ecological upheaval, travel, trade, the increased opportunities for infections presents a clear and present danger. To put in simple terms, we have moved into the habitat of animals who have been previously unknown to us. And we are, in fact, taking something away from having interacted with them. We are increased chances of catching and spreading diseases that originate in animals, and some of which have the potential to jump species. This is not purely theoretical hyperbole. The hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, which can cause severe respiratory disease in humans. The H5N1 influenza, which has had several mutations. And in fact, mad cow disease, which is found in 21 countries, and which can cause dementia symptoms and a severe decline in memory. These are clear examples of instances in which diseases which have started in animals have in fact affected us. But even as I sound the alarm, I want to be clear that vigilance and swift actions in truth and in fact are the necessary things that we must hold on to in order to continue to protect ourselves. The importance of phytosanitary measures and importation declarations, as the good senator have pointed out, are necessary for us. Importers must be honest about their declarations to give us a fighting chance to keep out infections. This amendment, yes, it speaks to the African swine fever. But it also speaks about the further steps that should be taken in order to protect ourselves. And Mr. President, you may know I am by nature a storyteller. So I crave your indulgence to tell a small story. Let me tell you about Sam. Sam is a rural mouse in the most rural parts of India. Sam has never had much interactions with humans or domesticated animals. So when he suddenly finds his habitat invaded by humans and 1,000 herd of cattle for industrial livestock, Sam is understandably upset. Sam is cross, angry, miserable. So Sam one day can take it no more and decides to ring a bite in Betsy, one of the 10,000 herd hanging around his area. And in that moment, unbeknownst to both Sam and Betsy, a pathogen is transferred and the clock starts. Now, this herd, 10,000 strong, Betsy's a sociable creature, so she gets around. And each time she gets around, she's transferring this pathogen from one to another, to another, to another. So you've now got 10,000 strong who are infected. And that pathogen is trying to figure out, well, this is new. What can I do in here? And as I indicated, due to the fact that we have tremendous abilities for travel and trade, in an instant, half of that herd is sold for meat purposes. The other half is sold as breeding stock. So some end up in New Zealand, some in Missouri. Some are, in fact, sold to Australia, and then cut up and sold, in fact, to Europe. So in an instant, in 25 countries, you now have this new unknown pathogen. And in truth and in fact, that can all happen well before these animals have started to show symptoms. So as the animals now start to show symptoms, alarms go off. People start to have conversations. Well, what are you seeing? Well, what am I seeing? Scientists are called in, and we now start to see the reality of what can happen. All of this is happening in an international world. So I want to introduce to you Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry works for the Ministry of Agriculture. His job is to keep an eye for what is happening. He brings all of this evidence to his boss, who then says, okay, I understand. Let's take it to our seniors. So now you have a conversation between the Chief Agricultural Officer, the PS for the Ministry of Agriculture, and the minister. The minister looks at all the evidence and everyone agrees this is an infectious disease that has potential to damage us. So what now happens? That minister then calls for a cabinet paper. The cabinet paper then goes to cabinet. The cabinet approves it. It then comes back. It goes to, I believe, the AG's office for the amendment to be written. The amendment is written and then is scheduled to go before Parliament. Passes Parliament, then is scheduled to go before Senate. Passes Senate, and then it is sent to the President for her signature. 7 to 8 steps. 7 to 8 steps before we can make sure that we have declared that this is a clear and present danger and add it to a list for things we should be looking for. That is unacceptable. And for me, I find it unacceptable, and Barbadians should feel the same way, because that employee, Mr. Perry, is paid to look after our interests in this area, and that minister is given responsibility to take the actions that are necessary to protect agriculture in this country. And that is why I personally am in full and complete support of some of the entire bill and the particular amendment that allows the minister to make the addition to the list. Because we have to remove red tape where we can. We have to take the necessary actions to protect Barbados in all its aspects, human and agricultural. And therefore, with that short story, sir, I want to say to you that I hope that we take many more steps such as this to continue to remove red tape where it can, where it does no harm to democracy, and allow the people who have been employed and those who have been elected to do the work that is necessary to protect Barbados and Barbadians, and to let us continue towards progress. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Roberts Olu. Any more speakers? Oh, yes, Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I promise you I shan't be long. I recognize that it is getting on in the evening, and of course some senators may have their eyes on another engagement, so I promise you I shan't be long. But there are two news stories, stories which I saw in the press earlier this week, which I thought I would just mention. In the press, in the newspaper of, the Nation newspaper of Monday, I think it was, there were two little children. One, I believe, no more than about 8 years old, who had entered his heifers in the exhibition that was put on last weekend. There was also a little girl, probably about the same age, and she was also there proudly showing off her her animal that she had also entered. And there was a kind of satisfaction I saw and contentment on their faces, which suggested to me that even at that early age, you know, they really had a genuine interest in agriculture, perhaps as a profession, even at that age. On last night on the 7:30 television news, I saw another news clip of community college students who were involved in an agricultural program, and they were out visiting a farm and having a field experience, a field day. And those two items, I thought, said to me, you know, we are probably in pretty good hands in terms of our agricultural as a profession as we go forward. We know that for a long time, young people had absolutely no interest. But within recent times, I've seen, I think, a vibrant program in agriculture, which I understand is taking place at the St. George Secondary School. And so I think I think these are positives, and we can be happy, we can be satisfied that we are passing on agriculture as a viable option or viable profession to our young people. And so it is important, I think, to be able to stand up and support this bit of legislation. It is not what I would refer to as a sexy, bit of legislation, but it is vitally important for the many reasons that Senator Brathwaite, who spoke earlier, would have mentioned in terms of the devastating effect that, you know, certain diseases can have on our pig population, for example. And so it is important that we see to it that legislation to protect the industry is strong and robust, and that there's the opportunity to revise it as quickly as possible without having to come back here to, put legislation on. And it can now be done, as far as I can see, by the minister as is necessary through the regulations. So I commend the Ministry of Agriculture, the minister and the government for coming to Parliament with this amendment. I just also want to take an opportunity also to recognize and to commend for what I see seems to be taking place within recent times, particularly between Barbados and Guyana. It seems to me, Mr. President, that we are now at the stage where we have now dispensed with all of the talking And for the first time, I'm seeing a kind of a positive action, which I hope will definitely bear fruit for the benefit of Barbados and the CARICOM in general, based on those initiatives which we have been hearing about within recent times between Guyana and Barbados. So I look forward to this whole Black Belly initiative, which they've spoken to. I also look forward to the initiative of using Barbados as it seems to me, and I'm not fully seized of how the operation will be, but in terms of using Barbados as I see it, maybe as a transshipment perhaps, and I'm not sure if that is the correct thing, but of getting produce out of Guyana and, transshipping it and re-exporting it. It comes into Barbados and then re-exporting it through the region. And that, I think, is going to be a tremendous benefit once we can get it going in terms of food security in the region. For the longest time, from back in the Forbes-Burnham era, we have been hearing about Guyana could be the breadbasket for the region. And so now it seems to me that this is a positive action that is being taken. I support it. I congratulate the two prime ministers and all the other personnel, CARICOM, ministers of agriculture, etc., who are involved in this venture. And I hope that it will redound not only to the benefit of Barbados and Guyana, but to the region, to the CARICOM region as a whole. And with those few words, Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Dr. Haynes.
Mr. President, I thank you on this occasion for recognizing me. This amendment initially appears to be quite simple. We're adding the African swine fever to the list of communicable diseases for animals. So we are amending the Animals, Diseases and Importation Act to include this threat, thankfully, that Barbados has not had to deal with so far. But this is a significant step in making sure that we are prepared and dealing with this threat in a very frontal way. We have become quite familiar in recent years with the threat of pandemics among humans, and we are making sure that this does not wipe out our pig population. We don't want it to change our colleague senators' Saturday mornings. The challenge that we know occurs with the African swine fever is that it has been endemic in Africa for a number of years, but among populations that have never experienced this particular type of disease before, it has the potential to wipe out the entire pig population. And with no known treatments and with no vaccination, the only way that we can deal with treating to it is to actually depopulate the entire population of pigs that has either been infected or exposed. Which is why, in the case of our Caribbean neighbor, the Dominican Republic, they had a series of outbreaks, 199 reported outbreaks, not cases, but outbreaks, which resulted in 74,000 pigs having to be slaughtered. We don't want to imagine what that could potentially mean for the Barbadian pig population. My research revealed that there are 1,107 pig farmers that are registered with the Ministry of Agriculture locally. And as a previous speaker would have indicated, each of these people have families that they have to support, and their entire livelihoods depend on raising livestock and supporting the wider communities and the country, and we cannot afford to let this infectious agent take hold in our population. The Ministry of Agriculture, thankfully, has been dealing with the threat quite frontally. I also, through my research, have found out that the Ministry of Agriculture between June and December last year conducted antibody testing. 114 samples were tested to determine whether they're doing what we call surveillance, just to see if, okay, no animals are displaying signs or symptoms, but we still want to do sporadic testing to ensure that by chance nothing has been missed. And of 114 samples that were assessed using ELISA testing, none of our pigs were found to have African swine fever. So as previous speakers indicated, the disease has never been found in Barbados. The Ministry of Agriculture also indicated that they've taken steps to secure a PCR thermocycler along with the necessary reagents to conduct PCR molecular testing, which offers a higher level of accuracy in terms of the results that will be obtained for testing for African swine fever. They've also indicated increased levels of vigilance at our ports of entry for people who import pork, but through surveys, they've actually found that the greatest threat lies through not the standard forms of pork and pig product importation, but through the backdoor importation. You bring in something home in a suitcase, or you have some food that was prepared, or you're trying to bring something in a suitcase that might kind of slip under the radar. Apparently, that is where the real threat lies. And a previous speaker would have made reference to the fact that individual Barbadians also have a role to play in being responsible that threats of this nature don't take hold in our animal population. Our food imports stand at around 7% of GDP. And of that $709 million, $19.755 million was spent on importation of pork and pig products into the country in 2021. That situation is not sustainable in the context of globally escalating food prices and in the context of what we've seen in terms of the pandemic, disrupted supply chains, and countries generally having to secure what they grow. We saw recently that India actually had stopped exporting their supplies of wheat because they've been experiencing drought. We all know that the Ukraine and Russia, they're the breadbasket of Europe. They provide a lot of fertilizers and so on. And they too, because of the war that is being waged against the Ukraine by Russia, we've also noticed escalating prices in food and other kinds of commodities. So in a time like this, we do need to focus more on food and nutrition security, which is why I'm very encouraged by the efforts that we're seeing at the level, not just locally, but at the level of CARICOM and at the bilateral level between the President of Guyana and the Prime Minister of Barbados and our Ministry of Agriculture. It's very, very heartening to see that work go on. Some of the projects that the Ministry of Agriculture have been working on for the last 4 years would include, as everyone knows, the FEED program, which has seen the training of over 600 new farmers. Not just training, but they've been given land and they've also been equipped with the tools that they need to ply their trade. They're really prepared to become agribusinesses, because beyond just learning how to apiculture and greenhouse farming and all of these things, they're also taking courses in terms of managing your business, how to register your business, how to pay NAS, how to deal with the different agencies so that you could also have the ability to market your products and export even across the region as well. The Ministry of Agriculture also saw it fit to support agriculture, in particular livestock farmers, by giving $4 million in subsidies and support to livestock farmers during the time when when feed prices went up. Some of you might recall that conversation going on last year. Also, one of the things that I found very exciting that the Ministry of Agriculture is doing, particularly in the context of the climate crisis and water scarcity, are the efforts to do what we call rainwater harvesting. So there's a large project going on at River Plantation. I believe as I drove here today, I drove past Lears and saw that project is also underway, where we are trying to, rather than direct potable water to agricultural use, the water that's harvested from rainfall can be applied for that purpose. On the regional level, some of the cooperation has been very, very heartening. We would all know about the recently concluded CARICOM Agri-Investment Forum that was held in Guyana, as well as the signature of the St. Barnabas Accord between Barbados and Guyana in order to encourage further agricultural development between our two countries. The plans are intended also for the establishment of the Barbados-Guyana Food Terminal, and this is being used as a model that our countries hope can be replicated across CARICOM at the CARICOM level. And in terms of livestock, there's a renewed emphasis on increasing black belly sheep rearing, where we plan to increase our black belly sheep output, our black belly sheep stock, from 10,000 to 1 million in the next 5 years, utilizing land where in Guyana, where we understand we have a limited land space here, but we have the opportunity through cooperation with Guyana to allow for an increase in our black belly sheep output and therefore also reduce the imports of lamb imports. So I also took the opportunity in preparing for this debate to take a look at a report that was prepared in conjunction with CARICOM and the World Food Programme's regional office. And one of the alarming stats coming out of that was that food insecurity is on the rise, yes, globally, but at the regional level in the English-speaking Caribbean, severe food insecurity has risen 72% since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. The information that they collected was through a series of 4 surveys that were conducted between April 2020 and February of this year. They said not only is the access to food becoming more difficult because of spiraling food costs, but also the quality of food that people are eating is getting poorer. So basically you eat what comes to hand, whether that is a tin of Vienna sausages and some Eclipse, and you hope that that holds you for the whole day. But in the context of our NCD crisis, where 8 in every 10 Barbadians suffers with a non-communicable disease and is dying from a non-communicable disease, we really need to look at the quality of food that we're eating. And in CARICOM, they say 80% of the food that is consumed is imported. Now, if we think back to what our grandparents would have eaten and why they would have lived to 90 a lot, is because they largely ate what they grew. My grandmother, up until her late 80s, she would still be in her backyard garden. She has sweet potatoes, okra, spinach. And as a child, I remember just going out back, picking something, and she would put it directly into the pot. So I hope that this thrust that we see, not just locally, but regionally, to build out this drive, this renewed drive for both livestock rearing and crop production, locally and in the region, also allows Bajans to know that we on an individual level also have a role to play in ensuring our own household food and nutrition security. And I would really, really like to encourage people wherever possible, dig up a plot in your backyard and get going. So I wanted to make a very brief segue in closing onto a pandemic of another kind, or potential pandemic of another kind. There is the rise more recently of, or the re-emergence, I should say, of a virus called monkeypox, first discovered in the late 1950s. The first case in humans was found in a child in Africa in 1970. And now we're seeing the re-emergence of this virus in countries where it was never seen before. So we would all know about the North American outbreaks and the outbreaks across Europe. An outbreak of monkeypox is actually a single case in a population. That's how serious it's considered. one single case in a population is considered to be an outbreak. So it's something that we as a country have also been taking steps to prepare for, just like we're preparing for the possible entry of the African swine fever. Hopefully that never happens. We're also taking active steps towards preparing for the possibility of monkeypox. And one of the things that COVID has actually gifted us is that in having gone through the experience of the last 2+ years, we have already built out isolation facilities. We already have the ability to perform PCR testing on a wide level. We have had this experience where we as physicians have all been trained in personal protective equipment and how we approach a person who has a contagious illness that is a threat to national health and national safety. So we've learned some lessons for COVID that we can now lean on as we face the looming threat of monkeypox. The World Health Organization at this point has the global threat of monkeypox at a level that they're calling moderate. So it's not as yet being called a pandemic, but it's definitely one to watch. At this point, as I understand, the Enmore facility stands ready should any cases be identified. So that facility is ready for quarantine isolation. A couple of advantages also that we kind of have on a global scale with monkeypox is that we know it's a relative of smallpox. Although the global vaccination campaign against smallpox would have ended around 1980, we know that the smallpox vaccination, we already have the science, we know how to make it, and that vaccine actually provides about 85% protection against monkeypox. And then there's also a separate vaccine that was developed specifically for monkeypox that is about 95% effective. The challenge, though, is that these vaccines, the production now would have to be scaled up on a global level so that should it become a pandemic, that can be readily distributed. And we all know the challenges that we had worldwide dealing with vaccine inequity and the challenges that small countries like ours had trying to make the case for why we need a fair price and why we need a fair shot literally, in terms of getting access to vaccines. But just to say that we as a country, we are trying to utilize the lessons that we've learned from the COVID-19 pandemic as we prepare for the possible entry of monkeypox. We know it's a global world, people are moving again, the world is moving again, and we are standing ready for African swine fever, monkeypox, or whatever the next pandemic decides to be. Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Higgins. The new more speakers, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that we've had an extremely fulsome discussion, and I do want to thank everyone that have spoken on this bill. I thank them as well for grounding the discussion, and perhaps rightly, very rightly so, in the context of food and nutritional security, and as well in the context of health and well-being. I do want to note, Mr. President, that I've heard the calls for perhaps the need for the bill to have looked a little bit wider and to look at making sure that there are fines that are commensurate with the level of concern and potential impact that the African swine fever could have. And I do want to note and assure this chamber, Mr. President, that while this particular bill is limited in the context of animal disease and importation, that there is proposed legislation which will look much wider at the issue of animal health and as well public health, that will look holistically at the fines that can be applied in relation to breaches for treatment of animals and care, etc. I also, as well, Mr. President, want to indicate in relation to the question that was asked about how we are protecting our genetics, and particularly in the context of our black belly sheep. Now, some persons may know that I would have had some association with the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security in another life, and therefore I'm familiar with the fact that under the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, that we do have with us the consultant, Dr. Leroy McLean, who is actually in charge of doing genetic analysis for our black belly sheep. And that with the help of Dr. McLean, we also as well have it's called the Greenland Livestock Research Station. And essentially, that research station is looking at making sure that we are able to build out a germplasm bank in order to secure our genetics. And certainly in the context of black belly sheep, there is work that is being done in order to secure those genetics. So I just wanted to be able to have that reflected as well. Mr. President, I also, in closing, want to as well acknowledge the sentiments in relation to how young people have now been involved within the industry, and that again speaks to the efforts of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, and as well the government as a whole, to make sure that we have joined up policy and working in conjunction with the Ministry of Education to make sure that our schools are also as well including agriculture as part of the activities, and as well the support that has been given to strengthen our 4-H, and so that we are ensuring, again, and I've used that term in a different discussion, that we have a sustainable agricultural sector. I thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Laura Knight. The question is that this bill be read a second time. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
I beg to move that the Senate now be resolved into committee for consideration, for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that the Senate resolve that send to committee for further consideration of this bill. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
That's it. And I beg to move that that clause 1 stands par.
The question is that clause 1 stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
I beg to move that clause 2 stand par.
The question is that clause 2 now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. All honourable senators against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I beg to move that clause 3 stand par.
Question is that clause 3 stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I beg to move that clause 4 stand par.
The question is that clause 4 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report.
I beg to move that you do now report to the Honourable President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honour the President the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported to me the passing of one bill in committee.
I'd like to move that this bill now be read a third time.
Question is that this bill be read a third time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it.
I'd like to move that this bill be now passed and be cited, as the Animal Disease and Control Act, the Animal Disease and Importation Act, 2022. Sorry, didn't have my glasses.
I'll take care of it.
Sorry.
Yes. The question is that this bill do not pass and be cited as the Animals, Diseases and Importation Amendment Act 2022. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 2, sir. Order number 2, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 5 of the Crown Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the lease to the Barbados National Oil Company Limited of a parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at Ferry Valley in the parish of Christchurch in this island, for the purpose of a solar photovoltaic power plant and a battery storage system.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, this is a relatively simple resolution. It is for the vesting of lands in the Barbados National Terminal Oil Company. And what we're dealing with now, while I say it is a simple amendment, it is also reflective of a transformational policy. And so, Mr. President, this is not an area that I can claim any considerable expertise, and so I am guided by the policy which has been articulated by the National Energy Policy under the Ministry of Energy, and the policy which has been articulated by the state-owned enterprise, the Barbados National Oil Company. Now, many persons know the Barbados National Oil Company, obviously by definition, engages in extraction services for oil in particular, and so you typically associate this type of activity or this type of company with that type of extraction. What we see here in the government of Barbados's policy, Mr. President, in particular under the National energy policy, is a specific investment in transformation, in particular in renewable energy. And it is on that basis, Mr. President, that the national energy policy speaks to Barbados becoming a carbon neutral economy by 2030. And there are a series of targets that agencies are expected to meet as a consequence of the setting of this target. On the basis of that, you will see entities like the BNOCL undertaking initiatives and projects that are reflective of this policy, and this is one such project. Now, it is particularly important to me, certainly, Mr. President, because these lands are adjacent to the Grantley Adams International Airport, and we spent quite a bit of time delaying on the implementation of this project for the simple reason, Mr. President, that we needed to have a glint and glare study completed to ensure that with the installation of solar panels and a photovoltaic plant in an area that is in direct proximity to the Grantley Adams International Airport, that there was no negative impact on incoming aircraft. And we took the time and invested in the resources to be able to undertake what we described as a glint and glare study. And that work then was completed, and it was determined that there was no measurable impact on incoming aircraft that would cause visibility concerns, and therefore the project was earmarked and given a go, and the Inter-American Development Bank that had funded the project was able to agree to move forward on that basis because it was a concern that we in the Ministry of Tourism, specifically the Adams International Airport, had raised about this particular initiative. And so again, you see that delicate balance of public policy all the time having to come into play. So while we are in the business of transformation, while renewable energy is an important priority for us as an administration, so is aviation safety. And so the importance of ensuring that this facility in proximity to the airport was safe was something that was prioritized for us. And so, Mr. President, what this legislation, what this resolution proposes to do is to vest in the BNOCL a total of approximately 13 acres of land for the period for the area at Ferry Valley, and on that land will be mounted a solar photovoltaic power plant and a battery storage system. Now, if you've heard the Minister of Energy speaking about the national energy policy and the work which is being undertaken in terms of solar, in terms of wind, in particular, to be able to expand Barbados's capacity and our ability to treat issues of energy reliance, in particular on imported fossil fuels, you will have a general sense of where the government as an administration is going. If you've listened as well to our Prime Minister speaking about the climate crisis, speaking about the need for us to be able to ensure that there is sustainability in treating to how we have productive sectors. And so, for instance, Mr. President, we have a number of initiatives. I saw today, for example, in the newspaper that one facility not too far from here, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, is in the process of procuring a new incinerator, for instance. That too is meant to be energy efficient. In the Bridgetown Port, the new incinerator that is earmarked for there is a comprehensive renewable energy project whereby you are going to be converting waste from ships into energy to help fuel the port. And so in every single state-owned enterprise and in every single government enterprise, you will be seeing the kind of transformation earmarked, even if it takes time for us that is envisaged with this legislation. And so the expectation, Mr. President, is that the Ministry of Housing and Lands, which has already started the process of developing a 5-year plan to have 10,000 homes. You have heard the Minister with responsibility for housing and lands speak on more than one occasion, and the Prime Minister, about the government's commitment to ensuring that Barbadians have access to housing. And so the BNOCL project as well is meant to be connected to low-income housing by ensuring that there's energy efficiency in these houses, and that in particular with the HOPE homeowners providing energy project and the HOPE premium projects, that they are able to benefit from affordable renewable energy, and they're also able to own their homes as a result of the leasing projects which will take place on the roof. And so on that basis, Mr. President, I don't want to spend too much time on the details of it. I think that those are clear for all to see, but I am looking forward to a robust debate from colleagues. I know that there are a number of persons who are particularly interested in this project, and so on that basis, I'm happy to return to answer any questions in my wrap-up. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your acknowledgement. I think this is the first time I'm speaking in the refurbished hall, and I am grateful for all those who played a part in bringing us back here, sir. And let me go on the record and expressing my thanks and hope that we soon see these walls filled with the reflections of ourselves and the term I keep on using of the nascent republic that we seek to forge as we move forward. I also, sir, wish to point out that in my presentation that I must state that I belong to a firm which provides advice to the major electrical provider in the island, and the statements being made are certainly within my personal capacity in this place, sir. I think, sir, that the resolution before us shows the government is putting its action or his actions behind the words set out in the Barbados National Energy Policy, which was mentioned by the leader of government business a few moments ago. Indeed, sir, this policy is stated at page 8 to be very ambitious. And I think this reflects a recognition that we certainly do have to try to achieve certain things. And I think the government can certainly say that they have demonstrated the ability to get things done when others say or said that they couldn't. In the context, we are now a republic, and that was done in one fell swoop. There's another terminology, sir, but I wouldn't use it here. And the context means, and I think it shows that we can achieve certain things once we put our mind to it. In this instance, the energy policy stipulates, and I believe there are 6 aspects, but for my contribution this evening, sir, I will choose to focus only on 2. The aim is to have a zero domestic consumption of fossil fuel by 2030, sir, as well as to maximize local participation in distributed renewable energy generation and storage. I believe the catchphrase, sir, is the democratization of energy. There also is stipulated that there will be encouraged exploration for fossil fuels, with the concept being that these resulting fuel gains are exported. And I think that this sets out the bases for the resolution which we are here to discuss. So let's be clear, sir, for the purposes of the necessary reports. I support the initiative of the government. In researching the question, it was interesting, sir, that there is emerging a somewhat of a dichotomy in relation to the concept of utilization of clean and renewable energy and those who find themselves tied to the fossil fuel, or the fossil fuel barons as they're called in disparaging terms. However, sir, when you don't have any skin in the game, in the political game, sir, you're able to observe both sides. I thought it prudent, for the purposes of this discussion, to see how we can look at the energy policy in relation to some of the concerns which are being stated, and see if that could therefore encourage further helpful discourse, active citizenry as it's called, sir, in coming to a determination of the resolution. So, sir, when we look at the statement in attributing the value to the proposed energy policy, we see the clear basis, not just because it sounds good, Mr. President. Invariably in this world, things are determined based on lucre, the worth. And the basis is set out that the proposed target mix in the Barbados National Energy Policy is anticipated of a total energy savings of $400 to $800 million. And it's stated that there's a discounted social profit or benefit of $3.9 billion annually. These are the figures put forward, and I think we would all benefit and would be very happy were they to be achieved, sir. So we certainly support the push for the same. And I found myself, sir, in doing the research quite enthused, because we all remember, or we all know that we were once the leaders, I think we still are, in terms of the photovoltaic exercise, in terms of hot water heating. The question is, how do we take ourselves further, sir? But in doing the research, I came across a line of what we call counter thought. I thought it interesting to draw it to the attention of this House, sir. He's a gentleman who is now gaining some prominence in the social media circles, so I defer to the Twitterati, some of who are present here, sir. Václav Slim, or Václav Smil. He's a Canadian researcher, very popular now. Apparently Bill Gates likes him, which may then cause further noise in the Twitterati, sir. But he has set out some concepts where when we look at the whole energy push or energy transition, that we also pay attention to the numbers. And I see Senator here right there chomping, and I'm certainly he will bring some guidance with regard to the proposals set forth in the policy. Now, sir, the first statement that he makes, and this is Václav Slim and Václav Smil, is that he proposes that the data we are seeing so far says that we should perhaps be a bit moderate with some of the ambitious goals being set out for the energy shift. And he cites his bases for this assertion of the recent German energy transition, the Energiewende, I believe it's called. And he said that this push resulted in doubling of the energy prices and the increase in costs. Now, sir, the reference for this is stated in his 2019 article, which I will certainly provide as necessary. The argument which the scientists go forward to put forward is that as you increase the cost of renewable energy investment, there seems to be an indication that there is an impact on energy prices. The case studies which set out in this regard, sir, Germany, Denmark, and California. So the question is this a phenomenon which we have considered, or is this just something which would occur in other territories? The theory which is posited is that even though the cost of alternative energy inputs, examples, sir, photovoltaic and wind turbines have gone down, the data shows that there's a subsequent increase in electricity prices. So, this is something which obviously is there. This data is taken from the period 2019 to 2022, and I know the government technocrats are ahead of the curve and will address any of these types of considerations. Sir, the scientist also proposes another startling theory that we could perhaps consume less. But I don't think any political entity or any of us wish to consider that course. And practically speaking, sir, as a small island state, what we use, what we cause, what we contribute to the carbon footprint. Sir, I was watching Top Gun Maverick, and I was watching the F-18s, and I said, oh Lord, we can't even compare to what is done as an exercise. But it's put forward as, hey, maybe you can solve your energy problems by using less. So for what it's worth, that's also something to consider, sir. The point is, and what the argument drew to my attention, sir, is there seems to be a school of thought called energy realism. Apparently energy is now a political football. We're persons who wish to say we are being dynamic and we are being forward-thinking, put forward goals. Then you have another group who claim and coin themselves to be energy realists, say, well, you can't do that because it's too ambitious, it has this cost, and there seems to be some data which drives both sides. So the question is, how do we factor this in? And is there any potential downside for our ambitious plan? Now, sir, further evidence for this concern was recently set out in the California Public Utility Commission statement in May 2021. And what they considered, sir, was that in order, so we just heard, sir, about the evidence which shows that renewable energy push does have the benefits, but there is a seeming to be a phenomenon of an increasing cost. Don't know, sir, it's not my area. I'm drawing it for the purposes of the debate. But, sir, another issue which seems to arise is that the entities which are responsible for looking at the utilization or the uptake, and I'm referring to the California Public Utility Commission statement in May 2021, sir, says that the concern they have is that to take advantage of the energy savings. So in other words, to avoid the subsequent large increase in energy bill we just spoke about, there is a requirement of an upfront energy investment. So in other words, for you to have the benefit of the lower prices, which the evidence says would occur, you need to have upfront investment. And what they said is that this raises the case of equity concerns. So here we are, here are the catchphrases. Energy transition, energy realism, equity concerns resulting out of energy changes. And I think it's interesting to hear the concerns that are stipulated because it seems to indicate that it raises a risk for low to moderate households and could exacerbate, this is the statement from the California Commission, disparities in electricity affordability. These are the concerns, sir, I know the government will be addressing. And I think the leader of government business alluded to it by saying that the HOPE project proposes to utilize some of these energy savings for the purpose of low-income households. The question, therefore, is this. The ambitions which we have, do we have the necessary checks and balances as we move forward in the event, dare I say, in the unlikely or the unlikely event that we're putting all our eggs in one renewable basket? I like that. And the other question to concern ourselves with, sir, is that the data coming out of the areas which utilize the wind and the sun is that when you rely on renewable energy, you also are subject to the vagaries of nature and life. So I see the statement about storage, etc. But you can't borrow energy like a cup of sugar like the Europeans can. So when Sweden doesn't have enough, they can get from Denmark and vice versa. We now find ourselves in a situation where in our location in the Caribbean Sea, if we are completely reliant on nature, and we then have issues with the said nature production, we would need to ensure that there is a necessary capital investment to build in that redundancy. So, sir, let me be extremely clear in my 4 points. I believe that we should certainly use and encourage the utilization of alternative energy sources and renewable energy. The question is, are we putting our eggs in one proverbial basket? The alternative, or the question which derives from that, or the counter is, do we have a choice? Do we have a choice? And fourthly, sir, how do we ensure that we protect the most vulnerable when the evidence-based changes do occur? Let me close by saying, for the avoidance of doubt, that I support the resolution, Mr. President. I support the objectives which are set out in the Barbados National Energy Policy. I support the statement that these are ambitious objectives, sir. And I support the fact that you can get things done, and the only way you do it is by putting your shoulder to the proverbial plow. I hope I have raised some questions I'm sure they will be addressed, and I look forward to some exciting dialogue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Boyce. Senator Crystal Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And like Senator Boyce, I believe this is the first time that I'm speaking since, quote unquote, coming back home. And I'm also heartened, Mr. President, to see a familiar face in the chamber that we haven't seen for a while. Mr. President, this resolution is, Mr. President, is a piece of legislation that's on the backdrop of what we have heard the Leader of Government Business noting, as well as my colleague, Senator Boyce. It is on the backdrop of very progressive policy in relation to the renewable energy sector in Barbados. And at present, Barbados has been moving steadily towards building out capacity, I believe, and these may be dated figures. We are at about 16% of capacity is being now generated from renewables, but that's only 4% of generation in terms of electricity. So there's still a lot of capacity that still needs to be built into the system, and the government has worked tirelessly, particularly as it relates to the Energy Division, working with the FTC to make sure that all the regulatory framework is in place to have the capacity come on board. Mr. President, taking a step back though, when we look at these quote unquote, as Senator Boyce called them, buzzwords, and I'll use the buzzword of sustainability transitions. By and large, they're going to shift, disrupt, and cause changes in the way in which we have economies work. The renewable energy sector in particular is going to fundamentally change the source of energy coming from, where the source of energy is coming from, its input into commercial activity, social life, and then also change the way by which the markets work, essentially. And I think, sir, that is one of the fundamental things that we have to take into account, because renewable energy is going to be almost akin to what land was prior to the Industrial Revolution. If you really think about it in terms of the scope by which, or the influence it will have in the commercial markets, Mr. President, it is going to be a tremendous asset going forward in the near future. And if we see it as an asset, Mr. President, then there are going to be persons who will come into the sector and invest, and there will be winners and losers in that transition. And these are the types of things we will also have to manage. And Senator Boyce started to allude to this, this issue about equity when we talk about the transitions in terms of sustainability, particularly the energy transition. And we hear a lot about how renewables have a benefit in terms of the environmental benefits, in terms of the moving from fossil fuel generated electricity and energy, and its impact that it will have on the reduction of CO2 emissions, as well as the economic benefits for a small island state like Barbados. I think, particularly as it relates to what Senator Boyce was speaking about, we probably have to look at our benefits in relation, particularly the economic benefits, in relation to our import coverage, given that we are net importers of fossil fuels in that respect. So there may be a positive net effect for Barbados, given that we're a small island state, as opposed to those landlocked countries who have direct access to power generating or oil producers being in country, sorry. So, Mr. President, there are these arguments that have spurred the development of renewable energy. And one of the aspects that we don't really hear about is where I want to position my contribution today. And that is in relation to the social justice argument. It is usually left out of the conversation for renewable energy when we talk about these transitions and how they affect one, specifically technology and economies, but then the impact that it has then on people is usually left, on the sidelines for, fringe conversations, more or less. But, Mr. President, I want to say that the government of Barbados, particularly the Honorable Prime Minister, when she spoke in the budget, and she said something that I am not sure was taken up in a way that it really should have. And she said that every Barbadian household should have the right to own their own PV system. And Mr. President, that is something that I wholeheartedly support, because it really sets the framework for where the Honorable Prime Minister, in terms of the social equity conversation in the renewable energy transition, where she wants to place this country and the population. And Mr. President, I want to go even further this afternoon in terms of the recommendations that I would like to put forward, or ideations in terms of where we can go in terms of the social equity or the social justice argument. Mr. President, in introducing these types of technologies into a system that is already configured and set in a certain way, we know for Barbados, we have a monopolistic structure by and large in Barbados as it relates to the production of electricity. It has been that way since, I believe, 1909, based on my research. And clearly then there is a historical context to who generates, produces, distributes, and sells electricity in Barbados. And in that type of context, we have to ask the question, how do we build out a more equitable society, Mr. President, if the traditional players, which are usually the persons with wealth, with the means and the wherewithal to invest in the renewable energy sector, have or own a greater proportion of the resources? And how does the government, in an entrepreneurial nature, intervene to make sure that there are more winners, there are more persons participating and benefiting from these types of energy transitions? We now have a few more players in terms of independent power producers feeding on to the grid in terms of renewable energy production and selling their energy back to the grid. That type of arrangement, Mr. President, I do support, but I believe that there is scope for more innovation in terms of microgrids, in terms of how do we incentivize persons to even move off grid if necessary. And I believe battery storage will come into play in that type of arrangement, because I believe that if you have the wherewithal to invest in a system that can power your home, you can store your energy, Mr. President, with some redundancy in place, and the grid then becomes the redundancy and not necessarily the first sale of energy that the energy that you produce is then sold back to the grid, but you're keeping the energy that you produce. I believe that, Mr. President, there should be some framework by which persons have that option as well, and it is also incentivized in a way that is beneficial to the homeowner. But, Mr. President, moving now from the persons who can afford the renewable energy systems to the persons who cannot. We live in an environment right now where a renewable energy system for some is just completely out of the conversation. We are in an environment where persons are going to the supermarket and they're choosing what they have to pick up, what they're going to leave off of the list, because they simply do not have the disposable income, Mr. President. Or yes, if to pay rent or if not to pay rent this month, which bills are being paid, which are being half paid. We're in a constrained environment as it relates to how persons spend or invest their disposable incomes. And some persons simply do not have the financial reach to invest in, despite having the slew of incentives to do so, they simply just don't have the income to do it. And, sir, The question that I have is, when we bring resolutions like the one that is before the chamber, how do we move out of the traditional box where we vest lands to the Barbados National Oil Company for the establishment of a PV system and battery storage facility? How do we design policy now in a way that these types of arrangements can benefit more individuals? And how do we directly target, the vulnerable in our society from these types of arrangements? Mr. President, the arrangement that is before the House is that there's a lease agreement. The traditional setup is that the Barbados National Oil Company will be paying, I believe it is 32 cents per square foot. I think that works out to about $182,000 in rental fee. But because the Barbados National Oil Terminal, yes, it is a state-owned enterprise, but it is not going to embark in what is essentially a commercial activity in terms of the renewable energy system that it is going to set up. And it is going to become a part of the portfolio of work that they will be doing. The question then becomes, Mr. President, the profits that come from this type of arrangement, how do they directly benefit Barbadians? And this is where I want to propose us to think about new arrangements, for instance, like a renewable energy citizens dividends, where in addition to a lease agreement, some proportion of the proceeds, once the enterprise is profitable, whether it's a state-owned enterprise or if it's a private organization, some contractual arrangement by which the government says, once you have a profit-making enterprise, a proportion of that is going directly to a citizens' dividends program, where Barbadians putting up their lands, because essentially it is the people of Barbados' lands that are being leveraged for the arrangement. They now become direct investors into these types of projects. Mr. President, I think that is where we're going to have to go in terms of looking at the landscape, in terms of how can government directly start to intervene in areas by which, yes, you're having the technology come on board, you're increasing your renewable energy capacity and generation, but then you're also shifting the economic landscape in terms of how people benefit from these types of arrangements, rather than just the run-of-the-mill type of arrangements where, yes, someone has a subsidized lease agreement to produce a commercial activity and people get employed and so forth, and there's the trickle-down effect. Correct. We have to start thinking more about broad-based redistribution of income, Mr. President, because Barbados, I will stand here and say, is too small for us to have a large inequity in terms of the persons who are well off and those who are struggling and below the poverty line. The last set of data that came out of the IDB study on living conditions, and that was in 2016, Mr. President, stated that we have 17% of households below the poverty line in Barbados, and that is on a poverty line of $7,700 a year in income. 17%. And I will put some money on the bet that since 2016, that number has increased. So how does government service and try to support those that are vulnerable from these new innovative enterprises that are coming on stream, especially when you're taking lands that belong to those said people? How do they directly benefit from these types of arrangements? And I'm putting this on the table because I believe that we have to think about these things not necessarily from an energy perspective, a technological perspective, economic perspective, but how do these things work together to shift and reorient Barbados towards a more just society? I know we speak about it, but what are the things that are passing through this chamber that really and truly directly impact the pockets or the standard of living or the investment portfolios of the average Barbadian? Because if you think about a citizen's dividends coming or funded from renewable energy projects, which are based on Crown lands, which I want to state are the lands that belong to the people of Barbados. They don't belong to some abstract concept of government. Because in the new Republic of Barbados, Mr. President, the lands are owned by us. If that is the asset that is being put up, and persons, whether it is a state-owned enterprise or it is a private enterprise, then the owners of those assets need to be compensated, and we have to figure out mechanisms by which that can work in a fair and just way, Mr. President. And that addresses two things. This type of citizens' dividends arrangement. It breaks up, Mr. President, the wealth that is generated usually by a larger proportion of Barbadians in society. And rather than having a select few benefit from the renewable energy transition, then you have persons now benefiting who, one, may not be able to afford to have a renewable energy system on their homes or be a part of some kind of conglomerate that they put together or cooperative for that type of investment, and they then directly benefit. And then two, Mr. President, as I said, it would provide a direct stream of income to those citizens who are struggling to make ends meet. And that can also be a social policy in and of itself. Because effectively, if you can get something like that going, what it does is it allows governments to pay out funds from viable commercial activities without increasing expenditure. So, Mr. President, we have to think about these new types of modalities when we are looking at the renewable energy transition. I know most of the time the emphasis is on, how much fossil fuel we can, how much foreign exchange we can save in terms of the trade-offs from fossil fuels to renewables. But I also believe that embedded in that type of arrangement in terms of the transition, we can have also a transformation in terms of the social landscape of Barbados and looking at lands, and I want to include here not just terrestrial, but also the ocean space, our territorial waters, because that is with the new frontier. And that body of water that is under our EEZ also belongs to every single Barbadian. And the type of commercial activity that is anticipated within the next 3 to 5 years in our waters, Mr. President, we have to find ways by which Barbadians directly benefit from it. And I think that is one of the missing pieces of the puzzle in terms of building out a greater level of social equity and not just relying on, let's say, taxation to go through the consolidated funds and then be further redistributed, but find these direct mechanisms by which Barbadians now have a vested interest in these types of arrangements. But, Mr. President, I want to go even further because I have been involved in a process recently that has engaged a number of stakeholders. And what is clear on the ground in terms of those who work in the NGO sector, civil society, is there's this need for a greater level of engagement in terms of decision-making, at the community level, at the, what we call quote unquote, the local level, there is a sense of a top-down approach to a lot of the work that is being done. I know there are already mechanisms in place by which people go and they give their contributions and they're heard, but it seems as though people are craving a new style of engagement in terms of the democratic process. And pairing the movement from, let's say, for instance, having assistance being done through, quote unquote, a department, and you're now having dividends, what that signals also to Barbadians is the decisions that are being made, particularly as it relates to land use, for instance, or as it relates to what is happening in the ocean space, it directly connects them to what is happening in terms of our affairs. Most of the times when these types of resolutions come to the House, there's not, I mean, this one has sufficient information on what is happening, but by and large, people don't know, the shifts that are occurring in terms of ownership and the transfer of lands to private enterprises or public enterprises between departments. And we don't have a real idea of the inventory and what is happening with the inventory in terms of our land assets in Barbados. So if we have a mechanism by which persons are directly connected to the land assets that we have, Mr. President, I think we can then have a more robust and engaged citizenry in these types of discussions. And what it then means is that persons will then have this newfound connection, I believe, to what is happening in terms of the development, in terms of land use, particularly as it relates to commercial activity and other types of engagement. And Mr. President, when I say a citizen's dividends, that type of mechanism can be designed in multiple ways. Because some will say, well, you can't give everybody the same amount of money. That's usually how it works. But for Barbados, we can design it that those below a certain level of income have a greater share or a greater proportion. Or you have a design by which, if you are between the ages of 1 and 18, your funds go into a bond so that when you become of age, 18 or 21, whichever one you want to choose, you then have the ability to leverage that accumulated set of funds and wealth against whether it's academic pursuits, you want to start a business, Mr. President, but that money is then given to you at that age for you to have a step up in life, as they call it, Mr. President, rather than what usually happens is you get into debt to try to make the step up in life because you have to take out the student loan or you have to go to the bank. But now you have this asset that you can utilize, Mr. President, in terms of your dividends once you've come of age. And those are the types of things, what I'm saying in terms of the design of that type of policy, Mr. President, we can make it unique for Barbados. Mr. President, there's some other areas by which, we can think about this. There's also a concept of land banks that is now popping up globally. Land banks, yes. Well, I'm young enough to not know. I am young enough to not know. So the Deputy President will have to let me know, Mr. President, the land banks, but from a community-based level, where those derelict buildings, well, clearly, Mr. President, the derelict buildings or the deteriorated buildings around Barbados in terms of lands that are, just laying idle, there's a concept by which the community then takes up the management of those buildings or those lands and then transforms them into areas by which they can service the neighborhoods and the communities. And I'm sure, Mr. President, if you can formalize that type of arrangement as well. I mean, I live in an area right now where there's about 2 acres just sitting idle. And the community that I live in, we are now trying to see how we can use that for the production of fruit trees, vegetables, but you have to have a mechanism by which, you can make that kind of start because it is quote-unquote state land and you have to get the right permissions, et cetera, et cetera. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to make this intervention and this perspective known because even in the United States, there is a bill before the House called the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. So it is something that people are thinking about. They're thinking about how do you redistribute the income coming out of the renewable energy sector and how do you make it fair and just. And in Barbados, I think I've coined a phrase, we're small and we can be successful. We're small enough to be successful. Sometimes our smallness is seen as a negative, it is seen as something that makes us vulnerable, but I think that we are small enough as society to pilot a lot of the new innovations that can come through the energy sector, particularly as it relates to a just transition. And Mr. President, I want to end by saying that the government, as I said earlier, has made significant strides in moving the transition forward. And I've also said when we were in the other place, and this is the point I want to end on, I've also said in the other place that what is happening at the moment is two paradigms are coming into conflict with each other. Those two paradigms predominantly are the neoliberal type of capitalism, by which trickle-down economics was, the type of norms and customs that would prevail in a society. And it is coming in conflict with the climate crisis. It is coming in conflict with the crisis as it relates to inequality, Mr. President. And the way in which sustainability as a paradigm, in a way in which you frame your development around this concept of what capitalism looks like is coming into question. And I'm cognizant and conscious that if we do not get on the forefront in terms of our policy design, in thinking about what a society looks like, what people are calling out in a post-capitalist world, Mr. President, we will find ourselves on the back end of that development train. And that is why, Mr. President, I felt the need to get up this evening to make this intervention about connecting things like social justice and equity to things like the renewable energy sector, because we are still in a fuzzy phase because we don't know what that looks like. We know that we have overshot a lot of the ecological limits in our global environment. The way in which economies are structured do not serve the greatest amount of people in terms of meeting the basic needs that they have. Hence why we now have a tourism sector that is trying to lure people back into it because they felt like they were undervalued during the COVID pandemic and they were not treated with dignity. So those are the types of things, Mr. President, that we have to think about when designing policy across the board. And something as simple as this resolution, Mr. President, I think there are ways by which we can provide proposals, ideas, on how to reorient the development paradigm for Barbados in those small ways, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gray. Senator Maladu.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a few comments here, and I'll break them down into three areas. Firstly, some small matters with regards to the terms of the lease that are in the second schedule. Secondly, on one matter to do with the implementation of the PV policy that we have. And thirdly, probably the material, more important matter, which relates to the policy regarding the transition to renewables from fossil fuels. So let me start with the little simple ones first with regards to the terms and conditions of this lease to do with land, a subject on which perhaps I have a little bit of knowledge. Firstly, I would like to point to Clause B, which refers to rent reviews shall take place at every 5 years. Very good policy, but impractical if it is not followed with any methodology to tell us how we might review and come to some agreement. So I would hope that there might be some way that in the terms and conditions, we might find a way to specify how this rent review would take place. Secondly, I would point to the fact that this is a photovoltaic power plant and battery storage system. The battery storage systems that are being used for grid level storage include components that are hazardous to the environment. And I say that to point to clauses K and L, which tell us what will happen at the end of the lease. And the terms and conditions seem to be silent on what condition the land will be given back to the government, whether it will have tons of batteries still sitting on it, or it will be given back to us in the condition in which it was found, and any other improvements that are on there. So again, those comments relate to the specifics of the terms and conditions of the lease. My second comment, Mr. President, is to do with the practical implementation of the policy that we have today. I'm aware personally of at least 4 photovoltaic projects that have been completed in terms of their construction, and they're ready to be connected to the grid. But through the various licensing government regulatory departments, it has been months, and they are not in operation, although they are ready to be in operation. In fact, a fellow senator, who I believe is learned on this subject, informed me today that in fact BNOC already has a facility in Oistins, which has been completed for many months, and still does not have the requisite license to be on the grid. So this comment relates to implementation. We need to do a better job in completing and facilitating these projects. As I say, I'm familiar with 4, 2 residential and 2 commercials. I've heard of one other one this evening. We need to do a better job. As soon as the construction is ready, as GD is inspected, we should be able to turn these on and have them producing. They are ready to produce. The last matter is the one which I would like, Mr. President, the Chamber to hear me on. And I would like to start by quoting 2 of my fellow senators, and I hope I have them correct. I believe I heard Senator Boyce say that in a document he quoted from, there was an estimate of $400 to $800 million in savings in foreign exchange predicted in the report prepared at some point. Secondly, I heard Senator Drakes speak to the benefits of renewable energy in terms of the saving on foreign exchange. We have a real risk as a country if we allow multinational firms, international firms, to come into Barbados and put in the number of applications, the size of the applications, and to gobble up, to use a Barbadian term, all of this area for photovoltaic. I say to you in this chamber that it is my opinion that it is not needed. The technology is available globally. It is tried and proven. We have local installers, and we have significant capital within our banking system that's available for this. Now, I am not a protectionist person. That is not what I am speaking to. What I'm talking about is that if we do not do this, there will be no savings in foreign exchange. Don't think that there's a savings in foreign exchange when instead of buying fossil fuel with your foreign exchange, you instead export dividends in foreign exchange. So if we do not look at this as an overall policy, a philosophy, and recognize that the sun shines on Barbados, and Mr. President, the wind blows from the east, the northeast generally, and it will allow us to have wind turbines. That is for us to benefit from. And I'm not as eloquent as Senator Drake's on the social side of it. But what I can see from the economic side of it is, one, we should use the Barbados dollars that we have in the banking system that is not going to good use. We should use Barbadian technicians, etc., to implement it. We should use Barbadian lands, and the dividends should be in Barbados dollars and should remain in Barbados for further investment in Barbados. And in some way or fashion, we should find a way to protect that. Otherwise, we will simply be substituting a foreign exchange bill for imported fossil fuels for a foreign exchange bill for the payment of dividends. And with those few comments, I'm obliged to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Malou. Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is so much here to process already. I had written a lot before coming here, and then my mind has been very much stimulated by what I have heard so far. But I'm going to give it a try. So I have read the Barbados National Energy Policy. It is a lovely document. It is very well written. It is visionary. It is progressive. And I see this resolution as an effort to really bring this to life. So to ensure that this is a policy that is not just on paper, that doesn't just look good and sound good and read well, but that we are attempting to implement. Before I go into that, there's something that I noticed, and perhaps is that my calculator doesn't work so well, or I don't know how to convert, but I noted something on the resolution, and I would just like to point that out to begin with. So in the first schedule, it notes the land. It says all that property of the state situated at Ferry Valley in the parish of Christchurch in this island containing by ad measurement 55,937.7 square meters or thereabouts. And then if you go towards the end of the document, there's another figure, and that's in the addendum. Maybe it is that I misunderstand, but when, and it is, this time in square feet. So this time it is 566,275.6 square feet, or 13 acres, and it refers to the first schedule. These two things are not the same. So I don't know if that is a typographical error. If it is, I don't know what it is, but something in there is off. I went online and I did the calculations. I divided it myself, but the two numbers are not the same. So that is something that I hope can be addressed just for correctness. So outside of that little exposition in being pedantic, I would like to return to what I wanted to say substantively. So this resolution is an effort, as I said, to continue to bring the Barbados National Energy Policy to life, and I think this is a wonderful idea. Within the National Energy Policy, some of the things I heard today are covered. They are mentioned at least. So there is a focus on equity, there's a focus on social justice, there's a focus on ensuring that those who are marginalized within our communities are beneficiaries. There is a focus on broad-based investment so that Barbadians benefit. These things are in there. It is extremely well written. I mean, it is a beautiful document. So the question is, how do we get there? How is it that we are going to bring this to life, apart from leasing land for a solar PV farm, which is part of it, but it is not all of it. There's also something that I heard in the other place, the Minister of Energy, he spoke about, and I wrote it down as I listened to it, so I just have my scrap paper, $2.5 billion US in foreign investment can be attracted to this sector, to the renewable energy export sector. That goes back to Senator Malabu's point. And it seems to kind of contradict what is in the national energy policy, because the national energy policy does indeed speak to the ways in which this is supposed to be beneficial to Bajans. Not that there will not be foreign investment, but that there are supposed to be ways that private individuals can benefit from this, that communities will benefit. You know, we've heard about the Hope Project and how people are supposed to benefit from this. We can expect cooperatives. There was the signing of an agreement between the Barbados Workers Union and the Saint-Bien OCL to partner for a solar PV farm, a similar kind of arrangement. I don't believe it's the same one, but I may be wrong. That one is 10 megawatts, and I believe that this one is supposed to be 5 megawatts, so they seem to be two different ones. So there are these things in train, which again brings me back to this question of the how. And this is not to say there's not a plan, because there is indeed a plan, an implementation plan. So accompanying this Barbados National Energy Policy, 124 pages long, is an implementation plan. And the implementation plan is similarly well written. But it is a plan to me that still requires a plan. It is a broad plan, and we need a more detailed plan now so that we get an understanding of how exactly this is going to work. So there's something I want to bring our attention to in these two documents. Yes, there is this saving of $400 to $800 million that we are to expect in foreign exchange. That is on page 49 of the Barbados National Energy Policy. And there is also a preliminary energy mix targets. This section is on page 51 of the Barbados National Energy Policy, as well as page 22 of the implementation plan. And it lays out how much we believe we need in Barbados, and by we, I mean those who formulated this policy, in terms of renewable energy, to get to this 2030 target. And there's something I want to say about the 2030 target too, which is that in order to get here, we are supposed to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels by 49% by next year, 2023. And as of 2018, there was only 4.6% of the energy being generated in Barbados was from solar. So I don't know how far along we are on this road, but I do believe there has to be a level of reporting so that we know how we are doing in terms of reaching this target, and some of the things that Senator Malabu pointed out, the difficulties with people getting connected. This is an obstacle to reaching these targets that really needs to be expedited and to be addressed. But back to this energy mix target, and in this energy mix target, we have 635 megawatts. This is what is supposed to be required in renewable energy. So in this, we have 310 megawatts from solar, 205 of these centralized, 105 distributed, 300 megawatts wind, 150 onshore, 150 offshore, and 15 megawatts from biomass and waste energy. My question now in terms of the detailed plan, right, not the broad plan that requires an additional set of plans. How is it that we are getting here? So what is the contribution of, for instance, a project such as this one that we are discussing today in reaching this 205 megawatts? And do we have a plan in place that ensures that these various private projects that exist, that what people are doing on their homes meets up with these preliminary targets for an energy mix? Now, to be fair, the National Energy Policy, as well as the implementation plan, both of them indicate that there is some flexibility in here. So this is not a very stringent kind of target, but this is an expectation. So what I would want to know out of initiatives like this is that we are planning them in ways that help us to meet the targets that we have set for ourselves. Nobody else set these. We set them for ourselves. So how are we getting there? And I think this is important for the public to know. How are we doing when we set up these wonderful things for ourselves? But it's also important for us to know as potential investors. So if it is that you are going to make a determination about investing in one of these systems, whether it is at the community level, whether it is for business, whether it is in your home, right? You can build it into your mortgage or what have you. I think it is useful to know what you are doing and how it is contributing to these targets. And I don't know if we will ever be, maybe I'm too ambitious of thinking that we could be at the point of oversupply. But in our planning, these are some things I think we need to keep in mind. Also for battery storage, how are we doing? This solar PV farm is supposed to have battery storage. What contribution does this battery storage provide to this preliminary mix? So I ask these questions, first of all, out of curiosity. Secondly, because I would like to see how we are doing, how we are getting there, and to ensure that we truly have a plan, a firm plan. But also because of some things that I have read in the press recently. We had some commentary from the Barbados Association of Professional Engineers that kind of sounded some alarms about some of the pitfalls that some countries have faced in their energy transition, focusing in particular on Spain and some of the bankruptcies there. We also had, in response to that, the Barbados Renewable Energy Association indicating that the situation in Barbados is not the same and that efforts have been made to try and ensure that we avoid some of what happened in Spain. And I don't want to get into too many technicalities, but some of these things have to do with the feed-in tariff and ensuring that the feed-in tariff is appropriately set so that, one, people are incentivized to invest in renewables, and two, so that the utility is also able to make some money. And there, again, I have some questions. So what we see from this interchange between these two associations, one is some caution, and the other is some reassurance. But even with that reassurance, there is a note of caution still, that we have to make sure that we get the policy correct in terms of the feed-in tariff so that we don't fall into any dangerous situation. So I think it's really important for us to listen to these kinds of voices, these kinds of expert opinions, and not to dismiss any of them out of hand as being mischievous, because there may be a little bit of merit in even the more critical. But this leads me to the question of the utility. So Barbados Light and Power Company has an exclusive franchise to distribute electricity in Barbados, which ends in 2028. What happens after 2028? Because if I look at the Barbados National Energy Policy, it does not say exactly what is going to happen. It hints that there may be some liberalization and that multiple players may be able to be involved in the process of energy distribution. And this is important for us to think about when we consider that there are entities investing in things such as solar farms, such as these wind farms, that may need to be making some decisions and also planning towards 2028. And if they do not know what the situation will be, how can they do that? How can we do that appropriately? So this again is a question that I think we require an answer to in terms of planning towards 2030 and really actualizing this goal, if we can, of having Barbados function off of 100% renewable energy. I'm going to wrap up, Mr. President. I just wanted to say one last thing, and that is on a point that Senator Boyce raised. And this is the fact that the Barbados National Energy Policy sets out, even though there is this emphasis on climate change and combating climate change, there is an emphasis on energy security. It also lays out plans for offshore oil and gas exploration. This is supposed to follow the Norwegian model, the Barbados National Energy Policy says on page 64. I understand this, it makes sense, it can be quite lucrative. We know oil and gas is lucrative, but we are all over the world. The Honorable Prime Minister is gaining well-deserved accolades for asking the world to end its addiction to fossil fuels because we are facing an impending climate crisis. It is a crisis. Today, June the 1st, this is the first day of the Atlantic hurricane season. And we are told, if we wanted to forget about climate change, we cannot in Barbados. Because the Honorable Prime Minister does not allow us to forget that a storm is coming, these things are happening, climate change is serious and it is urgent. And I agree, it is serious and it is urgent. And I know it is difficult for us to transition to this new way of doing things. We have cars that work off of gasoline and diesel. How are we going to transition all of these to electric vehicles? If every single person buys an electric vehicle, what is going to happen to all of the cars that exist? So we still have some things to work out. That's what I'm trying to say. But it seems a bit contradictory for us to emphasize being fossil fuel free by 2030 because of climate change, yes, and other factors. We want to break our addiction to fossil fuels, but we are still willing to feed the addiction of other countries to fossil fuels, the same countries that we implore to take us seriously in the fight against climate change. Mr. President, life is filled with contradictions, and with these few words, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Dr. Bradford.
Mr. President, I rise to just say a few words, and in this I'll be very brief. I think the noble goals of the energy policy have been mentioned by my colleagues, senators, and they have pointed out some challenges and realities which we face as we pursue this new path to energy development in our country. Mr. President, I have not had the opportunity to see the lands on which it is proposed to set up this solar photovoltaic power plant and battery storage system. But I believe that as we seek to roll out our plans for these systems and for the energy policy, I would hope that we are using lands that are appropriate for their use. And I say this in the context of the fact that we only have 166 square miles, 106,240 acres. And on that 106,240 acres, we need land for recreation, land for housing, land for tourism, land for water, land for industrial and energy development, and most important, Mr. Chairman, we need land for food. We need land for food production. And therefore, in our efforts, I hope that we will be conscious of the need not to use our most productive lands for photovoltaic systems and for housing. And that it would be important for us as a country to recognize that there is a concept of land capability which demonstrates the suitability of lands for various purposes. It is my understanding that we have not had a land capability study in Barbados for a long time. And so land use policy as it relates to land capability is a very important aspect of development. It is critical, therefore, as we go forward, that we look again at land use policy to ensure that we preserve a minimum amount of land in our country for food production, and that we select and maintain the best land, the most productive land for food, and do not place houses or photovoltaic systems on our most fertile land. Therefore, Mr. President, I just wish to say that as we pursue the goal of 100% sustainable energy by 2030, let us not forget that we must ensure that we preserve our most fertile lands for food production and not for other purposes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Braffett. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In rising to support the measure before the chamber, I must tell you, sir, that I have found the presentations on the whole today, but on this matter, to be extremely engaging. It catches my attention at several different levels. First of all, because one of my master's degrees is actually in energy. I have a master's in oil and gas law with subspecialty in renewable energy law and environmental law for the energy sector. So to hear a debate in the Parliament of Barbados at this time when energy is really such a critical issue, to hear people engaging on it excites me. In fact, I remember when I decided to do that master's, people said to me, a master's in energy, what do you want to do it for? But I have really enjoyed it because it is one of the areas that never grows stale. There's always something new and exciting happening, and it is pivotal to development at every level. So I have enjoyed that, and that's one level at which I have enjoyed this debate. And the second level is that as the minister, at whose desk Barbados's first national energy policy was co-written, I am very pleased to see a new iteration of the policy and to hear ideas contending in the chamber on matters related to national energy policy. I want, therefore, to make a few observations, some of which pick up on the presentations of others and some of which take us in different directions. The first observation that I would want to make is to offer my sincere congratulations to Senator, the Honorable Crystal Drakes, for her excellent exposition of Barbados Labour Party policy in her It would appear, sir, that now she has moved from being an opposition senator to an independent senator. She feels herself more capable of supporting the Barbados Labour Party and lauding our initiatives, and I thank you for your forthrightness. And in fact, Sir, if I could point her to pages 8 and 9 of the Barbados Labour Party manifesto, which is a document of this House. Making all Barbadians owners of public assets. The Barbados Labour Party will complete the development of the Barbadian Wealth Fund. The fund will put unused government lands and assets, including energy assets, to work, using them as stakes for equity in more significant developments. The fund will be equally owned by every single Barbadian over the age of 18, governed by a team using the highest standards. As soon as the fund generates a surplus on its operations, it will provide every citizen over 18 years an equal dividend check and a report of the annual proceeds. As the fund grows, this dividend check will become a steady source of income to all citizens. And I could go on, sir. So when she speaks, or when we hear of the democratization of energy, or when the Honorable Senator speaks to the issue of distributed income and leveraging energy as a base for new economic wealth, for ensuring that those who were born poor and black in this country can remain black, but they do not have to remain poor, for ensuring that there is an economic base and a new source of wealth for persons who did not think and did not aspire or did not believe that opportunity would be created for them. And therefore, when government speaks about giving 50,000 energy systems to people in Barbados, this is what we are talking about, the opportunity to create new wealth. When we talk about leveraging energy and using national assets so that the income from those assets pass to the people of Barbados, that you don't just hear that you are a taxpayer or an owner of an asset from which you derive no income, have no knowledge of what happens with it. You so beautifully articulated Labour Party policy, Senator Drakes, and if necessary, I can write up your membership form tonight. So haven't started like that, sir. I'm not going to go into the matter of land banks. Safe to say that really it is not a new concept. You know, if you do more reading on it, you will see how the concept has been employed. In fact, I just wrote a paper earlier this year for the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean, and part of what I focus on in that paper is the effective use of land banks across the Caribbean. So, I won't elaborate on it because I do want to get into the energy issues. But you did make the point well. I realized that you were impassioned in your presentation. You had the conviction of conscience, and you had the right party policies on your side. So on now to the broader conversation, which I would want to have tonight. I start by making the point, sir, that numbers tell a tale. So let me start there. Perhaps that is where I should start. Earlier in the evening, Senator Chelston Brathwaite, the Honorable Senator Brathwaite, spoke to our food import bill being in the region, the Caribbean food import bill of US $9 billion. And if we are talking about energy, we have in part to frame it against the context of what an energy import bill means for the Caribbean. Or the last figure that I could find for what our energy import bill was also put it in the regions of $9 billion US. That's not 2 cents. And the Barbados energy bill. The last date, 2021, the governor of the central bank put our energy import bill at $728.1 million. That's what the country is spending on energy every year. So that when the Caribbean talks about the necessity of the transition to a renewable energy platform, we are not just speaking in the context of reducing our carbon footprint and addressing the climate change problem, because even with our expenditure and our output, we are minimal generators of carbon. So that is not only what we are attempting to do, but we are attempting to take an expenditure now, reduce that expenditure so that the monies put into energy importation can be deployed into other areas of economic development and activity. If the leaders of the region had half of the money that they were spending on energy imports, it could do so much more in terms of education, health, road repair, buses, investment in long-term development activities and programming. So it is a critical transition that the country needs to make. The Honorable Senator Kevin Boyce spoke to the cost of the transition. Yes, the transition will have a cost, but we have to make a decision in relation to the consistency with which we pursue policy options. Barbados has probably the 5th highest penetration of solar water heaters per capita in the world, because we have been consistent in the pursuit of the policy for solar water heaters. In the 1970s, when under a different BLP administration led under Tom Adams, the tactic used at the time was to stimulate both the supply side and the demand side of the marketplace. You said to the developers, to the manufacturers, we will give you your inputs with tax and duty free. And then you said to the property owners, if you buy a solar water heater system, you get your tax write-offs. So that both supply and demand side of the market were stimulated. And that's caused a surge in demand. And therefore, what we have to do is look at the energy landscape as it currently exists, the renewable energy landscape as it currently exists, and ask ourselves the question, what incentives, what stimulus packages, what regulation, how do we damp demand for fossil fuel products? How do we generate demand, supply side and demand side, for renewable energy investment? And let us be clear that in 2021, global renewable energy investment was US $1.9 trillion. So you are talking about substantial investment in renewable energy technologies and their capabilities. It means what the trade unionists call decent work. It means new jobs. It means training and reskilling and upskilling people who are now engaged in dying brown industries, in fossil fuel type activity that is being faded out. I mean, you've had European and US courts ruling that international energy companies have to accelerate the date by which they put their own renewable energy programs in place. You have the G7, I think, saying lately they're not going to invest in any new fossil fuel. They're not going to finance any new fossil fuel investment around the world. So it means that if you are looking now to borrow capital in the international market for energy investment, it has to be for renewable energy investment. Equally, when you look to places like Africa and parts of Asia, where there is a dearth of energy, where energy is desperately needed to power development, the new development has to come from renewable energy. It cannot come from related fossil fuel energies. The potential exists in the Caribbean with our abundance of water, wind, sun, and in the Eastern Caribbean, geothermal, for us to have several different options of renewable energy technologies. In the Eastern Caribbean, there has been discussion and exploration of the potential and the capacity of the geothermal energy from the volcanoes that you find across the Eastern Caribbean, and the cost and potential for distributed energy across the island chain of the Eastern Caribbean, where it would become far more economically viable for them to use that source of energy rather than to continue to import fossil fuels. COVID has also exposed to us the fragility of the global supply chain, where we did not previously anticipate the extent to which, or the cost of which, its interruption, the extent to which it could be interrupted, or the cost of that interruption, because the inflationary impacts of COVID and now coupled, layered on top of that, the war between Russia and the Ukraine has demonstrated to us that we need to have, I don't know if you want to call it a plan A or a plan B, and it cannot be fossil fuels. So both in terms of our food import bill, for food and nutrition security, for energy security and continued national development, we have to address these twin devils of fuel and food importation into our region. We cannot be secure as a nation unless we address them. It is important too, I think. Silicon Valley did not happen by accident. There had to have been a decision at some point that this region or this area was going to be set up. People were going to be encouraged to come there, that there would be given incentives to do so, that there would be opportunity, and the movement would have become organic after a time. We have to consider in Barbados the opportunity for Barbados to, and maybe other countries across the CARICOM region, to be used as test beds for renewable energy technologies, particularly to scale them in the context of small island developing states, where a lot of the technologies that are on the marketplace, that are in the marketplace, may well suit large populations and large land spaces, but are not necessarily suitable to our peculiar circumstances and our size as island states. And therefore, becoming test beds for new technologies, we could perhaps spawn a new renewable energy platform, a new renewable energy equivalent to Silicon Valley, provided that we allow the opportunity to take place, provided that we give the space for the opportunity to take place. These are important developments. When the Caribbean talks about transitioning to renewable energy, what we are in fact also saying is that we recognize that energy is going, and renewable energy will be part of the development platform of the future. That the environment is going to become an almost tangible asset, which we will either protect or harm at our own peril. And this investment, therefore, in renewable energy and an energy policy which speaks to the importance of renewable energy serves to put the microscope on what the policy position should be for effecting national transformation through our energy initiatives. But I want to pause to ask a few questions. How is it proposed really to achieve this 2030 target of being fossil fuel free? We are speaking about greening the transport sector. Well, let's understand that there are some sectors that it is going to be, that will be pivotal. Greening them will be pivotal to affecting the transition. Agriculture, transport, housing, waste, water, because there's a nexus between water and energy always. Those would be the principal ones, I think. Construction, when I say housing, housing/construction. What is the plan to get these sectors to transition? We have spoken about, in the transport area, moving to electric vehicles. Are you going to grandfather out people who have existing petrol fuel or diesel fuel cars or vehicles? Are they going to be given an incentive or a cash sum to go to a green vehicle? And where are you going to dispose of all of these old vehicle shells, and some will not be old, if you are no longer using vehicles fueled by petroleum or petroleum-related products? All of these are issues which we have to address at the policy level if we are to affect the transition, because often you can have great policy intentions, but where we don't tie down the details and anticipate the challenges and kinks, that is what causes irritation at the public level. There has to be a clear roadmap with markers which we tick off as we go along. Are we getting there? Are we not getting there? If we are not getting there, why aren't we getting there? These are the kinds of issues that we have to keep in our contemplation and sight. And the other area, which to me is critical, is that while I see a lot of activity at the area of government, and I hear a lot of dialogue amongst the cognoscenti at the national level, when you go into a hotel in Barbados, you are not offered, in many hotels, in my experience in Barbados, the opportunity not to have your linens washed every day. You go into hotels in Barbados, you still have to put the switch on. There are no sensors. In other hotels outside of Barbados, you have your key, you put the key in, everything comes on, you take your key out when you're leaving, everything shuts down. A lot of hotels in Barbados and restaurants too. I'm not just tourism facilities, not just hotels. You turn the tap on, you leave it running. Many places still don't have sensors. So while government is talking the talk, and while government may be walking the walk, the stakeholders at the national level in the private sector are barely listening and continue to do what they normally do. There has to be some measure, some mechanism that allows the private sector to buy into what the government is talking about and to move at exactly the same pace, or the policy intention will be thwarted by a lack of action from the national stakeholders, particularly in those sectors which are high consumers of energy and water. And I make the point about the nexus between energy and water. It takes a lot of energy to pump water. And water is equally used in the production of energy. The two go hand in hand. So if you're dealing with your energy sector, you equally have to deal with your water sector. What are the new technologies out there? If we are talking about making the transition by 2030, which can be just round the corner, to use an old-time Bajan expression, it's really going to happen very quickly, because when I think about it, our first national energy policy, if my memory serves me correctly, was written in 2007. So much has happened in the marketplace since then. So much more new technology, new thinking, new activity, new approaches. And I'm going to come to that in a moment, because it has to do with what position we are going to take on our oil and gas. So if government sets a broad strategic objective, how do we get national stakeholders to buy in and to move at the desired pace to meet the 2030 deadline? We have established for the digital sector, for the cleanup of the South Coast Sewerage Project, persons whom we have referred to, and for COVID, persons whom we have referred to as czars. In my view, if we are to have a renewable energy transition, there has to be a czar. Somebody who understands the policy, the connections, who understands the dynamics and what is at play, and whose responsibility it is to go to work every day to make the transition happen. Because with the best will in the world, government departments going at their normal pace and using their natural inertia will not achieve the target unless driven to do so. And the only way they can be driven to do so is not by speeches made in these and other forums, but by every government agency having its own roadmap that it ticks off, that then feeds into the national roadmap when somebody in that government agency and the next government agency and the government agency yonder there's a person identified as the champion in that building, in that agency, in that department, who is working with the czar, the national czar, to make it happen. And the national czar then is working with the private sector, and the private sector is identifying their champions. And we have to tell them what is the value proposition for them. Businesses do not move unless they can see what's in it for me. It is the same question that the elector asks every time you say, vote for me. What's in it for me? So we have to persuade the private sector that this isn't just some international movement that is the fad of the day, that is, some international speak with you, going to the international community and talking pretty. We have to persuade the private sector in Barbados that if they buy into this, it is going to positively impact their bottom line. That it has to do with corporate social responsibility, with how the country is viewed at the international level, that it has to do with how their company is going to be rated, because increasingly you're having measurements and metrics put in place for companies which are doing business and trading at the international sector. Are you meeting this, are you LEED certified? Are you recycling your water, and all of these kinds of questions? So they have to be persuaded, and they have to understand that this is the way the market and the international market is moving. And if we want to do business with the rest of the world, if we want to make a profit, if we want to be seen as progressive, we can't just talk the talk, but all national sectors have to walk the walk. That's an expression I hate. So I completely support the government's policy approach on this. I am respectful of the time frame given for the transition, but I caution that I am not seeing yet the kind of energy and leveraging and mechanisms that I think we need to throw behind it in order to achieve the targets at the national level. That takes me then, before I get there, Let me speak to the matter of Barbados National Oil Company, which is giving or making solar PV panels available to the public of Barbados. They need to do more advertising. A lot of people, or majority of Barbadians, still do not know that BNOC is in the marketplace for renewables, and it is becoming a source of profit for the private sector. If BNOC is doing it, it should equally become a source of profit for them. So they need to promote more this area. I'm noticing that there are solar farms springing up in various places, some private sector owned, some by the National Oil Company, and so on. Not by the National Utility Company. That brings me to a question, which is this. Is the utility company of old the utility company of tomorrow? Especially having regard to the fact that rather than them supplying you with energy, you are now supplying them. It has turned the way utilities function upside down. It is a completely new dynamic in the marketplace. So what models of revenue generation will obtain? How will they make a profit? How are they going to expand? How are they going to be impacted by this change where they are a receiver of energy rather than the sole supplier and distributor? And in seeking to make the same margin of profits, where are they going to get this money? I hear we have what do you call them, a rate hearing coming up soon. It will be interesting to see the kinds of information that comes out in the course of time, and I hope that there are people who will dig and explore on behalf of the taxpayers. There is too the question of the smart grid, because the smart grid becomes a point of vulnerability for hack or attack by international sources. It also is a point at which all kinds of information is gathered. That's the whole point of smart technology, that it knows things, it does things, it delivers things, it helps you do things because it knows your business. And therefore, how is that knowledge and information stored or sold? Right now, you go on your computer, you go on a site, it tells you, we use cookies. And you have an option in some cases to say, disable the cookies. I want essential cookies only. But they're gathering all kinds of data about you that they are then selling to people whom you do not even know. So when you see maybe something come up for lace underwear, you are male, and you wonder about how they know I like lace underwear. Aha. Aha. No, but I make this point to introduce an element of levity, but the reality is that these systems really know our private business, and they are able, this is why you search for something on your phone, and all of a sudden, information and ads in that area are just coming at you. You say certain words or put in certain keywords, and all of a sudden, what do you call them? The algorithms are generating things that are pushing the advertisers to offer you good, bad, and indifferent, and you have your pick. So when you have these smart grids with smart fridges and smartphones, and your phone is telling your fridge, defrost the beef now, or defrost the chicken now, or but you're going to be able to do these kinds of communications using the technology. It is utterly fascinating when your phone is telling your security system, arm itself, open this door, lock this safe, etc. And all of this is on your power line. Your power system is picking it up. How is that information going to be used? And that brings me to what I think will be the final. How much more can I have, sir? Okay, that brings me to the final section two more points I want to make very quickly, sir. First of all, in choosing our renewable energy technologies, we have had embarrassment during the last administration with the waste-to-energy system. I'm hearing a lot of talk about OTEC. I'm not aware that there is any OTEC system anywhere in the world that you can go and watch it in operation. I am aware that it is an extremely costly technology, so that as technology grows and becomes more useful and new technologies emerge in the renewable sector, we have to be careful about the salespeople who are coming to us and selling us various systems that may or may not be affordable in our context, that may or may not work over the long term. The final point on which I will close, sir, two very quickly. The final point, sir, or the penultimate point, is really to ask a question, and it is this. Others have raised it. If we are talking about being completely powered by renewables by 2030, less than a decade from now, is that consistent with extracting, exploiting, and refining oil or gas, hydrocarbons? We have to make that decision at the national policy level. There has been conversation in the climate change arena about leaving hydrocarbons in the ground. The oil states are talking and negotiating about having the international community pay them for foregoing their profits from extracting their oil resources and selling them on the international market. Guyana is about to make a lot of money, although I caution that oil curse and the challenge of the petrodollar and the problems of running a fuel economy, Dutch disease, and the other perils of hydrocarbons in the economy are a very real problem. I see already a dispute has emerged between Guyana and Exxon over some of the hydrocarbons being taken out, the money that government is and is not getting. So you think that you're going to make a windfall and that everybody is going to be rich if you find hydrocarbons. That has not been the broad experience of the developing world. You can look at countries in Africa as an example, although if I say anything about Africa, that creates an issue. You can look at countries in other parts of the developing world to see that there is not necessarily tremendous success simply by the very presence of oil. And therefore, Barbados is going to have to make a decision as to whether we really will produce renewables through the testbed technologies that we encourage here, if we do a renewable energy equivalent of a Silicon Valley type development, or if we are going to leave our hydrocarbons in the ground and say to the international community, these are the estimates of our hydrocarbons or oil and gas, pay us for them so that we don't extract them, or if you're going to have this two-tiered system where you say, oh, we're completely renewable energy, but we got export though, because that kind of doesn't make sense. But it is not my policy decision, so I am simply pointing to the fact that these are the kinds of moral dilemmas that leaders face and the country will have to answer at some point. I close, therefore, sir, if you will forgive me. I know that the Chamber is aware of the passing of Dr. Hugh Seeley, and in one of our last conversations about energy in Barbados and where we needed to go and what we need to do, he and I had an exchange, and these were his words to me. Everyone who buys a solar PV should also install domestic battery storage. We will need lots of distributed storage. Every Bajan home should have an electric vehicle in the garage, solar PV on the roof, and battery storage on the wall. I was asking him about the use of power walls and power banks, large-scale power banks, because the storage of energy and solar energy, battery storage is increasing, it's improving as the technology improves. And we're going to get to the point where instead of just seeing the random charging station for an electric vehicle, that once you make this national energy transition on the large scale, that homes are actually going to have substantial storage capacity for batteries and for these power walls or power banks. And perhaps it is something in the same way we started producing solar water heaters and exporting them and generating foreign exchange from it and building a name in the marketplace and first mover advantage in the Caribbean region. It is perhaps something that is not beyond our capabilities and at which we can start to look. Mr. President, sir, there are many more areas that I would wish to explore. I know that I do not have the time, but I trust that in the time that I have used, that it has been well used to speak to some of the issues that I think are important in a national conversation on energy as a driver of national development. Much obliged to you.
Thank you, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Herwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have to join Senator, the Honorable Deputy President, in really commending the contributions in this chamber tonight with regards to this discussion on energy. A number of things came out, quite interesting, some more interesting than others, but all quite interesting. With regards to the direction we're going with our energy transition, I want to start by saying that both the Barbados National Energy Policy, which I had the privilege of revising, the 2090-2030, and the Barbados National Energy Policy Implementation Plan, which I had the privilege of writing as well, they do not belong to the government of Barbados. The National Energy Policy and the Implementation Plan were all developed by lengthy consultative processes with the private sector and members across the government as well. The policy and the plan really is to create the enabling environment for us to transition. And the biggest investment in terms of that enabling environment is the private sector. As the former speaker before me, Deputy President, would have alluded to, it is really to stimulate the private sector to make the relevant investments with respect to the different energy sources, whether it be wind, solar, biogas, whatever option is available. Within the plan and the policy, you will not see any suggestions or any specific plans saying that the private sector should go and build this solar plant. You will not see any specific plans saying that the private sector should go and build that specific plant. You will not see any suggestions saying we should import X, Y, and Z amount of electrical vehicles. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is why, I must say that is why there is not a plan within the plan that you can see. And that largely depends on the stimulation that can be created with the enabling environment that allows the private sector to really step forward as well and do the things that the government has enabled them to do. It does have a number of incentives in it. But before we get to those incentives, let me respond to a couple other remarks. I believe it is highly disingenuous, Mr. President, for any responsible organization or representative of that organization to get and cast the impression that we are embarking or that we may embark on something similar to an energy Ponzi scheme. An energy Ponzi scheme. And to go even further, Mr. President, I think it is disingenuous to compare the model here in Barbados with a fixed feed-in tariff that has some level of flexibility from time to time when it's revised, but nonetheless, to compare our system and our energy model to that of Spain. Mr. President, these remarks that I have read from a comment in the Barbados Today of May the 29th, I believe without casting any aspirations on the contributor, I believe it certainly casts the wrong impression in terms of what we're trying to do in Barbados. No, it is given the impression that if things continue as is, perhaps we will have a similar collapse of our energy sector, and the bubble will burst, for lack of a better expression, in terms of the energy sector, because we are going to do the same thing that Spain did in terms of allotting too many suppliers onto the grid. Mr. President, the Ministry of Energy, I want to say, because I know the players within the departments, they are well aware of the capacity limits that would have been set, because they're in constant discussion with the utility. They know the capacity limits. There is no likelihood, I go on record on saying this, there's no likelihood that we are going to surpass the capacity that has been agreed to by the Barbados Light and Power and the government of Barbados in terms of onboarding renewable energy onto the grid. So I want to set those fears to the side and recognize that we are not going to have an energy Ponzi scheme in Barbados, and we are not approaching our energy transition in any similar light to that in Spain. What the article did not say is that the situation in Spain was really a situation where you had multiple solar providers multiple solar providers and companies within the market who had the flexibility of determining their own feed-in tariffs. That is not the case in Barbados. What the situation didn't say, sorry, the contributor did not say, or make mention in the article, is that at the same time, Spain was going through one of the most disastrous fiscal environments it has ever gone through, and had to cut back basically 80% of the subsidies it had for the renewable energy sector. That is not the case in Barbados, Mr. President. So that is why I find not the commenter, but the comment to be very disingenuous and seeks to cast the aspirations that we are not in full control or understanding of what is happening in terms of our energy transitions. I also take note of some comments with regard to the smart grid by the former previous contributor as well. It is something that's quite interesting. It speaks largely to conservation. And she mentioned a number of things in terms of the communication between the fridge and the cell phone, which I think is a very unique relationship, one that must be guided with caution as well. But the smart grid is really the way to go, is really the way direction that we're going. And I had the privilege of actually encountering this in Songdo, South Korea, where the system is centralized and it monitors your utilization of energy on a regular basis. And you may not know it, but based on that utilization, it matches you within a specific jurisdiction, and that determines how much energy the utility actually sends to that particular area as well. So I applaud the smart grid recommendation as well. But back to the Barbados National Oil Company Limited, and I want to make reference to a comment by Senator Drakes, within which she applauded or posited the consideration for innovative approaches such as the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act that was introduced to the House in the United States on April the 1st. Now, it is interesting because this bill is really one that imposes a fee on the carbon content of things like fuel, and it utilizes those revenues from the fees to redistribute largely to the stakeholders within the jurisdiction or to the residents of the state. The other thing that was mentioned was the citizen dividend, which, interestingly enough, is quite different from the model that she presented, Mr. President. She presented a model within which the revenue will be extracted from the profits of the venture. Usually the citizen dividends are extracted from the revenue from the lease, the actual lease. So you have actually the government getting the revenue from the lease and utilize those funds to distribute. What I would caution, although I like the general consideration, is that the Barbados National Oil Company Limited should be considered as an entity that is still within an infant industry zone with regards to renewable energy. And we would want it as an infant industry entity
to get as far as possible within the renewable energy sector. It has a renewable energy department, roughly about three or four persons, I believe, up to last week. 4 persons within that department, very skilled, very knowledgeable, but still does not yet have the full capacity to manage all the different aspects of renewable energy. And I don't want to keep saying solar energy because it's not the only venture we're looking at. When we talk about the sister, the Barbados National Oil Company Limited, the MPC, we can be talking about biogas and biomethane as well. So I want to say that whereas the citizen dividend has great prospects and considerations for social justice, we would not want to create an environment where we are destabilizing the efforts of the entity by taking away revenue at a very critical and early stage from them, within which they can invest back into the industry. It is not an absolute no. It is just a stopgap for us to pause and allow us to see how they can actually grow as well. Mr. President, 2 questions asked earlier by Senator Boyce, and I really like these particular questions, or 2 positions rather. When he mentioned the recommendations of another gentleman, and he said, 1 was to consider moderating the ambitious goals that are set by governments in terms of their transitions. I would want to say, I don't think it should be moderated downward, but I think it should be accelerated upwards. The worst thing you would want to do in an environment, particularly after COVID, where there's still some consideration and caution in terms of investment, is to kind of undershoot the capacity of your market. I would rather overshoot the capacity and tell persons that I want to get to full transition. Now this is just me, not the government, by 2023, and stimulate them to get all things in place, make all the investments they can, and do all they can to get us there. Because you know what? I bet you that if we had to say that this year, you can see so much investment and everything coming around the markets in terms of transitions to solar PV, so many ideas coming in terms of transforming the farms into biogas farms and stuff. But the point I'm making is that we don't want to undershoot as well. We don't want to say, oh, well, man, we can't make it to 2030. Let's just drag this thing back to 2050. Let's drag it to 2060. But while I take the point that was made in terms of not excessively going beyond your capacity, I also want to say that we should not undershoot. The other question, or the other point that was made, was in terms of energy conservation, and he phrased it as consume less. And I want to say that consuming less is not necessarily, I know it's not your particular position and words, but consuming less is not necessarily the position that we should take in terms of the energy transition. It is really efficiency and utilization of what we use in terms of energy. Consuming less in some industries may lead to lowering of profits, which may lead to lowering of the need to have additional persons on staff. It may lead to unemployment, increased unemployment. So I don't think consuming less within that rigid statement as it is really the answer to our energy situation as well. Back to my good friend, Senator Drakes, and this issue of social justice, because when we first submitted the National Energy Policy Implementation Plan in its draft form, the Prime Minister sent it back to us. And her statement was very plain, not to me, but through the ministry. I want to see how this is going to affect the man on the ground. And she sent it back to us. So you will see something in that implementation plan called the Barbados National, the National Renewable Energy Licensing Regime. And that was really intended to ensure that those persons who do not have the capital to go to the banks, who don't have the collateral to go to the banks, that they too can participate in the sector as well. It is not necessarily policy as yet, but some considerations were made in terms of opening up the market in a very digital way, the same way as you have Amazon and persons come on and bid on different aspects of items. They can bid on different aspects in terms of land that persons own, that they're not doing anything much or anything with, that persons can allow their roof space to become an item as well
if they don't have the capital to purchase the solar, allow someone to come, form a negotiation within the digital space and generate some revenue as well. And these are some of the ideas that came out of that renewable energy licensing regime. I also want to say to Senator Malalu, I fully understand and appreciate your concern in terms of the pace of implementation. It is something that you and I spoke at length about earlier. But I went away with a second thought after speaking to members in the Ministry of Energy. So I know that when it comes to the stage of literally connecting to the grid, it can be a very tedious period for persons who have expectations of earning that revenue in a shorter period of time. But there's also something that we must monitor, that is the persons who are onboarding onto the grid. And if familiar faces keep coming forward and keep submitting these proposals all the time, or familiar entities keep submitting these proposals all the time, then it runs contrary to the Prime Minister and the government's position of allowing some persons who are more vulnerable to have access to some of the same revenues as well. And I believe, Mr. President, that this is a situation that we have to discuss at length. Whereas there are positives about persons not getting onto the grid in a timely manner, we also need, if possible, to do some type of micro needs assessment, perhaps, to ensure that those persons who are extremely vulnerable can play a part in terms of the energy contribution and play a part in terms of generating revenue from there. You don't need collateral now. Madam Deputy President would have alluded to the program by the Barbados National Oil Company Limited. You do not need to spend a cent with that program, and she's right, they need to do more in terms of advertising. Basically, they will come to your house, they will install the panels, you pay nothing. You basically get a cut off of the revenue, or there's another arrangement from what I understand in terms of them getting the full amount for a period of time, and then you get the rest after that period of time, subject to correction. But the point is that these are avenues through which persons who do not have collateral, but you have an adequate space on the roof that is structurally sound as well, that you can play a part in the industry and in transition. One other thing that also exists is green energy bonds. I know Williams Industries, they have green energy bonds. And I don't necessarily want to say that it is something that is in the reach of everyone in Barbados, but we do also have an energy cooperative here in Barbados. The name is not coming to me, but the structure and the concept behind it really and truthfully should resound to every Barbadian. It means that we do not have to pull our pockets alone, that there is the possibility for us to form cooperatives and make a joint contribution to which the returns can then be spread amongst a group of persons as well. All of these are ways within which the government has outlined in the policy as well, in terms of the cooperatives, to ensure that we and average Barbadians have a role to play in this transition. Mr. President, the Barbados National Oil Company Limited is just one of many state-owned enterprises that have a role to play. As I've said, the National Petroleum Corporation, from my understanding, is now undergoing significant studies to see where it can also phase out the use of natural gas and phase in the use of biomethane, which is the natural next best thing to be used within their systems as well. There's also some traction in terms of the collaboration between the BNOCL and the Barbados National and the National Petroleum Corporation to ensure that the BNOCL basically can utilize some of the customer base to give it that head start within the market as well, as their partnering entities, and one of them, well, both of them have vested equitable interest in each other as well. I want to say that I support this bill. I support this bill not only because it is a solar PV system, but because it has one fundamental aspect in it which should resonate whenever we mention renewable energy, and that is storage. And storage is the most critical part of this presentation, Mr. President. Ever so often, and I'm happy to know that the Prime Minister has removed the VAT on certain generators in Barbados as well. I went to Equip for You up in Pine the other day, and one that costed $3,800 and something, subject to correction, is now down to $3,100 and something. And the generators that we're getting now, even though they're not going fully
fully solar or not fully solar. There's a mixture between diesel and battery going over the generators that I have now coming out. So any person that is willing to take a look at that, I'm not advertising for you, quick for you, but I just happened to go into their establishment last weekend. Fantastic. Mr. President, storage is going to be the key for our transition. Storage. I cannot say anymore. I hear the concern in terms of the disposal of the asset after the useful life of the contractual arrangement between the government and the BNOCL. I am not a lawyer, but I am thinking naturally because it is solar PV. It may be ground mounted, it may have some concrete in the ground, that is just my natural assumption, but I believe that after, I haven't seen the full document and agreement as well, Mr. President, but I believe that after the full life of that particular initiative, if it is not renewed, the natural expectation is that the person who is installing would leave it in a way how it was before the agreement went about. But in terms of the waste, I want to draw our attention to the policies in some European countries which actually state that if you're going to import panels, you have to import panels under the regulation that the person who is supplying the panel, the manufacturer, that they have to take the panels at the end of its useful life as well. And while it is not a position I'm recommending here because there are many different parameters, I found it to be a very useful policy, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in all, I want to support the government on this bill. I want to commend the contributions from all members of this House tonight. And I want to close by saying that the Barbados National Oil Company Limited has a fundamental role to play in the energy transition of Barbados, and I support it, and I support their establishment of this solar project and solar storage facility as well at Ferry Valley. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Herod. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to close on this occasion by thanking all of the honourable senators who have spoken on this resolution. There has been a robust and coherent debate which has evolved.
President, I wish to be...
Senator Cummings has been to you too. I didn't catch your eye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll be exceptionally brief. I listened to all the excellent contributions, and I was really moved by the Deputy President's contribution. But no one spoke of disposal. Neither did I miss it. Disposal, Mr. President, is a big issue. Big issue, Mr. President. And I would like the government, and this is the third time I'm standing in this chamber and saying this, to come up with a policy for disposal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Mr. Miller, for your efficiency of presentation on a very important subject. Senator Malalou had raised the matter, and this is an important one. I'm sure Senator Cummings will take the information back to its necessary source for action. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have no difficulty deferring to our colleague senator. I think, though, I would want to ask, and I use the opportunity of the floor now to say that perhaps for those of us who sit at the front of this room, I am begging the honourable members of Parliament to do something about the temperature. We are freezing. And if we are going to be here over this extended period of time, and I will defer to my colleagues to have lengthy interventions and expositions, we at least should be very comfortable in our seats and not freezing. So with that said, Mr. President, I guess you would appreciate that I will endorse all of the comments of all the honourable senators who have spoken, in particular those of my colleagues who are well versed in this area and who have been actively involved in this elaboration of the national energy policy and the work being done by the Barbados National Oil Company. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes has it. This resolution is no pass.
Mr. President, I want to thank the honourable senators. It has been a long day. We have been incredibly efficient in treating to the order paper. I want to commend the honourable Senate because each time we gather, we typically make sure that we keep pace with the bills and resolutions that are coming up from the House. And so when the House sits, when the other place sits again, we will be up to date with whatever new measures come up for our attention. I know it has been a long day, but I thank you for your commitment. And I wish to move that this session be adjourned, sine die.
I want to thank honourable senators as well for having a longer day than expected, but thanks for your cooperation and full participation and the richness of your deliberations. The question is that the Senate do now adjourn sine die. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. This sounds very enthusiastic. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. This sitting is adjourned.